Well, hello. What is going on, ladies, gentlemen, peoples, cats, kittens? I'm going to give everybody the opportunity to get in here first. I'm going to hang out here for a second. Wait for the crowd. I know that this was announced somewhat quickly. Close the door as well.
Goodbye, Courtney. I'll see you soon.
Ah, damn door. Close. Well. How do? What's going on? It is Friday. Friday. Gonna stream now on Friday. Not my initial plan for this week, but for good reason, we will have just this lone stream coming. Yet we were supposed to initially have a stream tomorrow. However, a very, very important event, actually pair of events, are happening over this weekend going into Monday that leaves that stream unable to be completed. If those of you who were over on the Facebook page saw that it was a family-based commitment, well, that is because over this weekend, Miss CKN and I will be celebrating 9 long and very troubling years together. So we will be going out tomorrow. I may have some things to share with you over on the Facebook page in the form of perhaps some music that is found if I happen to have a decent day at the CD warehouse that's down there. There will maybe just be some standard cat pictures for the heck of it also because the very, very next day is the kitten's birthday. So Mittens, Ember, and Blaze will all be celebrating their birthday over this weekend. Also, yes, they were born one day after our 7th anniversary, so that means the kittens will be 2 whole years old. So the terrible twos will begin, which, of course, really the terrible twos for a cat would come in like 2 weeks old, or like 4 weeks old, or however it is, considering their age description or the way that works is weirder and wonkier than dogs. They front load a lot of their growth and a lot of their development, so they become smarter quicker, I guess. I don't know. I don't have jokes on that. And you know what? As much as I love having these sunglasses on, as great of a callback and a throwback this really is to the days of videos that were not all that long ago, I can't read chat with these on. Here's some behind the scenes information as to why I don't wear these whenever we stream. These are not prescription sunglasses. These aren't prescription frames. These actually belong to my uncle back in the 1970s. And they were good for his eyes then. They wouldn't be good for his eyes now. They were never really good for my eyes. So leave it to me to choose a gimmick that I would not be able to completely and totally follow through with in every and any situation. If I ever got prescription frames for those, I don't know why I would do that. You know, I haven't done that in 10 years. Why would I do it now? So happy Friday, everybody. I hope everybody is having a great day or night, all depending on your location and what time that it is. So you may wonder what is on tap for today, considering we will not be streaming tomorrow. Well, we will be doing some interesting things. We will be talking about some interesting things also. Nothing is to be recorded as far as I know, mostly because one of the topics is current. And usually whenever that happens, I tend to have my camera handy just in case. Now, the reason why that's not going to happen is that I actually have no way to transfer data from my camera onto the beast here, onto my new desktop, which it would make recording in the future, if any is done, a little more challenging. I, of course, could record directly from OBS, but that is untested. I'll have to give that a little bit of looking at prior to trying it. We are going to talk about the new track from Nicki Minaj, WAP, because I do have some things to say about that. We will discuss some other things that are irking me here in America. It may not be something that you folks, you worldly folks, you well-traveled folks that are not in this country, it might not be something y'all are dealing with. If so, just sit back and enjoy the anger, I suppose. And we will also be playing your donations. I thought initially that I was going to have to suspend doing that because I noticed that your donations from our last stream, which was last Saturday, from the YouTube side, were not showing up on the dashboard. And I was getting extremely concerned and was not receiving any information to know what was happening, because YouTube send information to somebody, that's a miracle right there. You know, that's a bigger miracle than the miracle of Christmas. However, that finally did come through yesterday. It just took a couple of additional days in order to show up. I was getting very hot about that. I'm happy I didn't post about it, because that would have I would have eaten crow very, very quickly, considering it just took an additional 24 hours. I did send them feedback, so maybe that did sort of push things along. I don't know. I doubt it. But in all of those situations, or in any of those situations, if you ever see me complaining about YouTube, or if ever see me complain about YouTube whenever it comes in terms to payout, on the stream side, it's because I want to make sure that you being generous and deciding to be nice is not punished because of something that was done on stream and your money goes elsewhere as opposed to where you designed it to go. I'm out there for you to feel secure in your choice and not feel like you got robbed. Kumonga Strikes, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. What I will say, one final thing that I will say in regard to that, and then we're going to move on, is that if you ever feel unsure about using Super Chat, or if you ever feel unsure about the policies that are being utilized by YouTube or anything that you might read or see, that's the reason why I have the PayPal link above my head. That is actually the one that is probably the best and safest for you. And also, if it takes a fee out, it is a smaller fee than what is being taken out from your Super Chat. Super Chat runs at about 70% for the streamer, 30% for the platform. So that's 30% of your donation, roughly, going to YouTube itself for hosting the stream. They do absolutely nothing but allow the bandwidth, and they get paid for it. Must be nice. But I do appreciate each and every single piece of generosity, whether it is a donation, all the shares throughout the years, likes, the comments on the videos. I cannot sit here and lie to you and say that I've read each and every single one of them, but all of the interactions throughout the years and all of the interactions that are to come, I am exceptionally appreciative for, and hope that we are able to continue doing this for a while. So that being said, let's get into things. There is one individual that I am keeping my eye out for, because there are some donations, some songs that are associated with donations. That is a choice that you can have. I'm also looking into a couple of other things you could potentially do with your donation, just in case. You know, I'm always looking out for not only what we're able to do in the stream to keep it interactive and fun, but also to make sure that if you donate, you either get something in return if you desire to get something in return, or that there's just something interactive or fun that we could do every once in a while for the hell of it. You know what I mean? It's just, I love the idea of people just coming, and I've seen this all the time, you know, because I've seen premieres of videos, or I've seen streams by other content creators where folks just pop in and just drop money and that's it, you know. I saw that a lot and always thought, you know, hey, that's whatever, that's cool, that's awesome that folks are supporting the content creator. Then I stepped into another stream a couple of years back, and the guy had incentives galore because he was running his own bit of a marathon, and I thought, man, what a really cool interactive thing. And plus, it gives more of the power to the chat, and I like that a good bit. That is something that I appreciated a good bit, and as a result, that's where it actually, or how it actually started over here on our streams. So I have to give twitch.tv/Big John a lot of credit for molding that. I'm appreciative of that man. I still don't have my headphones plugged in, so this is that would not sound right if I just went ahead and played that track, Cody. So let me go ahead and get that taken care of. He drops the $5 Canadian to hear City of Souls with the song White Ghost. He says it's one of his favorite songs of 2020. I don't know if you guys heard that little feedback in the back. I hope it wasn't loud. If it was, I do apologize. So let me get that plugged in. That album reviewer guy, I'm glad to see here as well. If you're ever not able to make it to a stream, it's a-okay, bud. That's not a problem. We all have lives. We all have things that we have to do in our lives. It's understandable, trust me. Has Dance of Death aged well as a Maiden album? Metal Douche Mike, the answer to that question is not really. There are songs on there that have aged beautifully, like the title track. However, whenever it comes to the album as a whole, it is sort of just a middle-of-the-road Maiden album, and it may even trend a little bit more toward the low end. It has some great songs. It sort of suffers from the same problem that Virtual 11 has, where it does have some really, really good tracks, but it also suffers from feeling like there's a lot of fluff and a lot of filler. I remember whenever I first heard the album, I loved it. I thought it was amazing. But time is really the ultimate judge of the lasting power that an album truly has. So now, whenever, and I should really go back and just listen to it straight through again sometime very soon. But for the past, I would say, decade, unless I have been doing something for the channel, I mainly revisit Dance of Death for just a couple of songs, not really for the whole. Here's White Ghost by City of Souls. This is the first track of the day, so of course give me any feedback that you can about the levels of the music by comparison to my voice. Let me know how all of this is, if it actually were to go. Hello? Hello? Oh, wait. Okay, for whatever reason, it doesn't want to play White Ghost. It was okay with the next song, Sleep, but not okay with White Ghost. It's breaking. Hold on. Huh. Well, let me see what I can do here. An interesting problem that we are encountering here with this. I do believe it's just with this one song. It is. How odd is that? It's just not turning over. What in the world? Okay, I will be with you guys momentarily. We are going to see if we can't fix this little problem. Oh, there's one way I know of how to fix this little problem. Let's give the old... We're going to give the old girl a little restart here. Try on Bandcamp. I will if I need to. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give... I see that there is an update available for La Spotify. So we are going to give it a good old-fashioned reboot. We're going to see if that does anything for us. It does. Very nice. Okay. We should be good now. Yep, looks like sometimes you just need to give it a nice little old reboot, you know, a little turn it off, turn it back on again. Thank you very much in advance, Cody. I appreciate that. Cody says that this is one of his favorite songs of the year, folks, so give it a listen. If you're wondering who's in the background there sleeping, that is Christmas. That is the proud mama who is... Our kittens are going to be celebrating 2 years on this planet over this weekend, so it's a pretty momentous occasion for her, which means she's going to hopefully sleep as much as she possibly can, because I'm pretty sure that her kittens drive her crazy. So once again, this is White Ghosts. White Ghost from City of Souls, starting us off today. Gameran RPG King just got laid off permanently. Oh man, I am so sorry to hear that, man. I also somewhat understand where you're coming from, my friend. I have to ask, and I don't mean to sort of like rub salt on the wound. I'm just curious. Were you in a situation where the pandemic caused you to be like furloughed and then they decided not to bring you back? Or were you working straight through that and then they made cuts? Like, what exactly was the situation there? And once again, I am tremendously sorry to hear that, man. That's awful. And, I guess in lighter news, hopefully to make things a little nicer, I see RPG King. Does that mean that you are a role-playing game fan? What's one of your favorites, my friend? 6.5s from March till June. Oh man, well, if you're in a steel mill, East Coast. I hear the new Conception album with Roy Khan, Jimbo. I certainly did. It was a pretty good album. It was a pretty decent album. Divinity. Okay, off the beaten path. Not really. Good pick though. I always seem to forget that that I'm more of an old school RPG guy. Where if someone asked me that question, I'd probably say like Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, and like Terra Nigma. Go back to the SNES age. But that's a really good pick with Divinity. I like that. Very good. At least we have the new Unleash the Archers and Gojira to look forward to. Yes, there's a lot to look forward to. And, there's... for all the struggles that we all have going on, I mean, we have tons of struggles as both a country and as a planet. Which means it only can get better. It has to get better. Something has to be done. Either that or this world just explodes and we all die and then we don't have anything to worry about if we're all dead. If we're all dead... Oh, Chrono Trigger is a fantastic... anything that you find that's like SNES age... or like early PlayStation age is usually pretty terrific. Japanese ARPGs are also extremely sort of underrated, which is what Secret of Mana is. It really plays more like an action RPG, and then Secret of Evermore, which was made by the same company and has a very similar layout. That was done... Oh shit, hold on. That was done in more of an Americanized style in order to, like, not really satirize it, but yes, to satirize it. And that's also what Earthbound was. Earthbound was a satirization of Western RPGs, which is pretty cool. Legend of Dragoon, yeah, there's another great pick. That one's more of a. I'm thinking of Bahamut. Right? Oh, I'm thinking of Bahamut Lagoon. No, not Bahamut. Ugh. Jesus, I can't even think of this name now. Yeah, Legend of Dragoon's a great. That's early PlayStation. Is that PlayStation 1 or 2? I'm trying to remember now. Hi, Patrick Silent. How you doing? What I think about the new Nightwish album, it got a lot of mixed reactions. It's one that the first time you listen to it, you don't think it's anything all that special. And then you keep listening to it, and you wonder why you keep listening to it. Because, and the reason why is that it's a solid album, but it's a grower. It was a grower. I like the atmosphere of that song, Cody. I like that a lot. So it makes me want to maybe scope out the rest of the album. I see it's got a pretty dense track listing. And you say there are Bandcamp bands, so they are obviously... One thing that I kind of dig about Bandcamp bands and digital, like Spotify and stuff like that. I know folks have a ton of problems with Spotify and all of that. But it no longer places harsh restrictions on bands that want to go longer than 80 minutes. The only reason why they have to worry about time and the like is if they produce physical copies of the album, since there are limitations on those. But that is more... That's if you like that kind of thing. If you enjoy long albums that have a ton of tracks on it, there's definitely a big difference between listening to a disc that's 35 to 45 minutes that kind of comes in, picks you up in the whirlwind, very wham bam thank you ma'am style, and an album that you're going to maybe listen to every once in a great while that's 3 hours long. So, for instance, an album that is not on that top 25 list and would probably be at this stage more like an honorable mention is the album by the band Neptunian Maximalism. This is it's a 3-hour album. It's over 180 minutes worth of music. It's crazy. Which basically means that one day Meatman is just going to decide to donate for the whole entire album to be played on stream. I digress, though. That's an album where you will sit down and maybe listen to part of it, but there's a good chance that you're probably not going to sit down and listen to all of it in one setting without, doing other things or having your attention altered. If you are able to pass 3 hours of your time without any sort of thing happening, but that is, if you're in a band, you do have to think about what you are asking of your listeners. But Neptunian Maximalism, based off of how interesting that they sound and how just sort of out there that they are, this is avant-garde truly at its most pure whenever it comes to the phrasing and what avant-garde truly means, exploration of the genre and not playing by any rules. I mean, this Neptunian Maximalism certainly abides by that principle and sort of takes it to the next level. They're a group that I think can get away with that because you're not actually expecting your crowd to listen to it from front to back, front to back, front to back. It's actually meant to be appreciated and really explored in stages. And perhaps those stages are, each of the 3 discs. There's a metal festival in a nearby town, but I am not attending it. Who all's playing, Mauro? Just out of curiosity. I have not gotten a chance to listen to the new Avatar album yet. I have not listened to Hunter Gatherer. I have listened to the new Good Tiger. The new Good Tiger was actually a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Good Tiger is a group that whenever the singles were dropping individually, like I felt like they were going to just drop the new album single by single, or like song by song, And then that was going to be it. And then there's just going to be a little playlist of all of them, and that's how that was going to be. But whenever the singles were dropping individually, I was kind of like, eh. You know, some of them had some decent hooks, the others were just kind of there. The way that it flows together, though, I mean, this is one of those exercises where an album order helps with individual tracks sometimes. It gives it a little bit of a boost, or you can understand transition-wise why you went from one to the next. You know, it's not story-based. There's no sort of concept behind it. It's just a solid, a solidly written album. And I've also listened to the new Black Crown Initiate as well. And I went into this album with... I kind of had the problem that some folks give themselves. I had some sky-high expectations, mainly because I was told that the album was list-breaking. It was a list-breaking album, and so I went in expecting the highest of heights, and I feel very let down. I actually feel kind of let down by that album, and that doesn't mean that it's not a list album. Excuse me, but it is not as high up on the list as expected. Favorite movie soundtracks? Excuse me. I'm a big John Carpenter guy. So, for example, I just recently, one thing that I never did whenever I was on, whenever I first got on Spotify and whenever I first got on YouTube and things like that, I never thought to myself, hey, I want to look up the soundtrack to this film. It just was never a thought that occurred to me. And then one day I just looked up John Carpenter for no reason. And it was just incredible. To go back and listen to the old Escape from LA or Escape from New York, especially Escape from New York, the sort of atmosphere that you get from The Thing, and some of the different moods that you get from Starman and some of his other assorted works, things or movies that maybe you haven't seen for years and years, and then whenever you hear the music, it immediately feels iconic and you remember it. I had the Phantom Menace back whenever the Phantom Menace first came out. I had the soundtrack, the actual score for that film. And aside from that, a lot of the other soundtracks that I've gotten in my collection or had in my collection at one point were all the non-score, the soundtrack that was done by the bands, So, for example, I had that for The Faculty. I had it for Batman and Robin, Space Jam, of course, because I'm a child of the 90s, you know what I mean? And I just recently revisited the Space Jam soundtrack and revisited my youth, and there's a lot of stuff on there that's really hokey and just silly, and, given the movie, it should be. But it brought back a lot of great memories. The Black Crown album is still extremely good. That's the thing. It's not that it's a bad album and I didn't enjoy any songs from it. I love what they have done with the clean vocals on this disc, how they intersect. It's very Opethian. It kind of has a little bit of a wild run. That whole arena is sort of where they are residing in. What kind of happened to me was that it got so terrifically overhyped by those who listened to it before I did. Because there were folks, if you guys remember the stream from Saturday, and maybe you weren't there, I hadn't heard the album at that point. I hadn't listened to it yet. I hadn't gotten to anything that was new. Because I don't have to listen to things immediately now. I like to try to, but I don't have that requirement hanging over my head any longer, so I don't have to worry about that. But I hadn't listened to it at that point. In fact, I didn't get to listen to it until I believe it was Monday night. So I heard a lot of noise about that album prior to getting my first opportunity to listen to it. And now that I'm a fan again, I can go back to making these mistakes of I got really, really excited about it. And I think there's also a part of me that's thinking there's no way it's better than this, or this, or whatever, there's no way. So maybe you go in there with a little bit of bias. Maybe you go in there with a little bit of heightened expectations, So the second time that I listened to the disc, I liked it a lot more than the first time. The first listen was not a good listen. It would have been an album that maybe doesn't even crack the top 20. Maybe not even the top 25. But the second listen was really where it opened up to me. And I think it was more part of truly appreciating an album is sometimes environment. And this is a great album to listen to at night. The new BCI album is terrific nighttime listening. And what I mean by that is, for example, in here, even though it's night, there's no light outside, I'm dropping that light down. I'm putting this light on, which looks like this. So it's like one of those old editor's lamps that you would see in offices or like with in like newspapers and things like that writers or editors utilize quite often. And that setting right there, and in fact, this is some pretty good lighting. It would be dark for a stream. I don't know, do you like this more than the big light that we had before? What light setting do you like more? Do you enjoy it more where it seems like I'm in this like weird nighttime void when it's actually daytime outside? Or do you like the more lit up, the brighter light settings that we had before this? This actually looks pretty good. I'm surprised. Oh yes, the Mountaineer album is fantastic. I love that disc. It was very difficult for me to get away from that album whenever it first came out. In fact, I'm going to share a track from that right now since we're very, very quiet. We don't have anything to play as of yet. The minute that Meat Mun comes, that's going to be a very different story. Yeah, the Mountaineer album's terrific. I love it. This lighting is good. Yeah, I kind of like this. I kind of really, really like this. Like I had no expectations going in, and mainly because I was just showing it as an example. And here you go, something pretty awesome. I'll tell you what I am going to do. I want to make this a little smaller. That way we can get more of that in. I know it's blending into some of the letters there, isn't it? It is, but I don't care. You guys can read. Come on. If you can't read, then how are you chatting? You're just listening. Oh no, I hit something that's... what are you? Damon Tools, get out of here. I don't need you. But yeah, the new BCI, it wasn't as instantaneous of like true love for me. The same was actually true with Caligula's Horse with Rise Radiant. The first time I listened to it, I thought, okay, believe the hype. But subsequent listens kind of did the opposite effect. It actually kind of knocked it down a little bit and made me realize, hey, I still kind of like these other albums a little bit more. And that Pure Reason Revolution album that's at number 5, man, I gotta be honest with you folks, it might go up. Whenever I'm looking at the listing here, there's a lot of albums that are not even featured on here, because again, this list was originally posted on June the 12th, and I haven't altered it at all. I haven't made any changes. But that On Thorns I Lay album, I think, is perfectly placed as of right now. I haven't listened to that Aeternum album in a while, but it is excellent. I highly recommend that Aeternum album, number 8. Really awesome disc. I kind of feel like City Burials might be too high. They're at number 14. It might be a little too high. It's a good album. I haven't gone back to it in a while, so I have to revisit it. See, this is why every year in December, you know, amid doing the streaming and getting some of the end of the year, you know, videos together, sometimes you didn't see anything from me for a while, mainly because I was taking time out to listen to all of the albums that were contenders. You know, so any album that had the potential to be on the top 50 list, and then those that were very, very close behind, you know, the honorable mentions and things, in order to build what I would think to be the most, you know, pure part of the list. Not John with the $5 wants to hear some Zoth. Wants to hear Casting the Sigil. Yeah, I do remember the Sigil. I do remember that album coming out last year. I do. Thoughts on Oliver? Oliver's incredible, man. I love Oliver. Oliver's a terrific band. There you have a new album coming out soon, and I am hyped for that. I am super hyped for that. Nostalgia is an awesome track. Wasn't as hype on Little Boy, but I've been really hype on their last couple of albums, though. The Assassination of Julius Caesar is phenomenal. It's a fantastic disc. Has a lot of great stuff on it. Especially, it's very front heavy in its awesomeness. There's Casting the Sigil by Zoth. Bring back bad songs. I was thinking about that. And you know what? How's this for a segue? How's this for a transition? I know what song you guys would want me to listen to if we were doing a bad song stream today. You guys would want me to listen to WAP by Nicki Minaj and the other girl. I've actually not even heard this song. Mostly because folks were saying it's controversial and blah blah blah, and I said to myself, it's Nicki Minaj! I know what Nicki Minaj sounds like. I don't need to listen to this. Stone Jesus? I haven't heard it. Thoughts on Imperial Triumvirate? Awesome. It's freaking awesome, dude. Such an awesome, awesome album. Album of the rules. It's Cardi B. Oh my gosh! Wow, it's Cardi B. No wonder I don't care. So it's Cardi B. Wait. Hold up. Nicki's not part of this? It's all been Cardi B this whole... What the fuck are you talking about? I thought it was both of them. What's happening? What the fuck? Well, now you really know I haven't listened to this. Like, I just proved it to all y'all. That I didn't listen to it. I don't even know who sings the stupid thing. I don't even know who sings the dumbass thing. How I look up WAP on Google and I get wireless application protocol? Which, yo, good on Google for being nerdy. Makes sense. Okay, it's Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. Well, shit. Well, that's actually... Never mind, we're not talking about it now. Never mind, we're not talking about it now. And I'll tell you why. Because most of this rant was predicated on it being Nicki Minaj, and now it's not Nicki Minaj because I'm an idiot. I thought it was Nicki Minaj. I just assumed that rapper. Screw assuming people's identity or their gender or stuff. I just assumed rappers. that moment, whenever you are just as racist as everyone probably thinks you are, whenever you see a female rapper that's got a big ass and automatically think, hey, that's Nicki Minaj. Well, that actually kills that rant about it, but no, it really doesn't. It actually really doesn't. I guarantee you this song is just a middling track for Cardi B's discography. And probably would have been a middling track for Nicki Minaj's discography had it been her song. You know what I mean? The problem is that more focus is being placed, I believe, on the music video and you know the lyricism or whatever. They're taking away the entertainment. And they're saying that, oh well, this is terrible because they're just role reversing what the men have been doing for years and blah 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 blah. Well, if you criticize the men for doing that, and then you praise the women for doing what the men were doing, and I'm about to sneeze again. Oh fucking shit! Oh, sorry about that. I mean, you can either have everybody do it or nobody do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's just all it is. You can either have all or none. And if you pick and choose, then you're an asshole. It's like those folks that are picking and choosing folks that were applied with, you know, or were associated with the whole Epstein thing. And they're trying to remove certain folks from that argument simply because those are people that they like, as opposed to everybody else who just, they're Hollywood assholes that are probably liberal or they're probably conservative or they're probably a poopy pants. Who the hell knows? You know, they're being selective about it based around their own subjective information bias. It's either all or none. Okay? Plain and simple. Easy application. I'm actually going to take a quick little break because of that sneeze. I'm going to have to go and blow my nose. What would Trump Metal's premise be? Being huge. Duh. It has to be extremely bigly. If it is not extremely bigly, then it is not Trump Metal. It is merely Trump Rock. Pardon for a moment. Oh, God. Get all this stuff out my nose. I'm sneezing so much, I got COVID. Darn it to heck. Oh. Well, let's see if that doesn't say anything. Oh. I've had this damn sinus congestion for months. I mean months. It's been a long time. It sucks. Who knows? Probably COVID. I'm just going to infect everybody. I'm just going to infect. Fuck it. Hey, the Cardinals are going to be playing 11 doubleheaders. Well, that's good that they're actually playing games because if they would have missed a couple more, I'd have said, fuck you, go away. Who needs you? We have Motto coming in. She said, "Adventure alert." I did see that before I went to like blow my nose off, and somehow it's still here. $15 for Maru. Showing you how it is done. Over on the PayPal side,
She has Mercury Circle with the track New Dawn. She says, this track represents quote-unquote New Doom, end quote, whatever that is. And we have Marked Akanen. We're back to my terrible pronunciation with White Riding Warrior. It sounds like a social justice warrior that I don't know is riding something. Riding something. Jeez. Get your mind out of the gutter, man. Get your mind out of the... Spell the thing correctly, man. Thank you. Jeez. Amazingly, Mercury Circle comes up before Mercury Rev. That's interesting. We have New Dawn coming up by Mercury Circle. Shabam. Let's do it. Yeah, Blackwater Rust has a very good point. There's a lot of Devon stuff that you really cannot go wrong with. It is he's such a great artist and does bring different aspects or elements to the table. Like, even if you find an album that is not necessarily for you, there's a good chance that you're going to find something that you do happen to really enjoy. So I have David Fisher dropping the $5 on the PayPal side. I thank you very much for that, my friend. That is awesome. I appreciate it. So what wig metal came from the 1700s? You know... Marie Antoinette was a really big Creator fan, considering she was under the guillotine. I don't even think that's a Creator song. I just grabbed for a name. Fuck it. I can't read even with these glasses on, man. I'm old. I'm gonna need like something that's beyond trifocals. Vocals of this project is Johnny from Swallow This. Interesting. I wonder what encompasses this as New Doom. I guess it's because it doesn't sound the same as Old Doom. Aggressive Nuts talking about Pink Floyd and Dogs. Awesome song. Awesome song. Awesome song that is also like 16 minutes long. Couldn't stay away. I was always planning on streaming, Jay, but yeah, I can't stay away from y'all forever. Now there aren't any videos in the future that are right now. I have been kicking around the idea in my mind of having a video mania this fall, and having there be videos, but they all be driven by the members of the chat in these streams. That would 100% be my goal if I did that. And if I end up not doing that, then my goal would then be just to do a top 50 video at the end of the year for my picks for the year. That would be my big deal. That would be exactly what I would aim for. Because that's something that you can always, go back to. It's something you can always really do, and it's kind of an expectation if you're a fan to share your list with the folks and do all that. So yeah, there was always the idea of streaming. That was always on the table. It just did not happen until recently, because the whole entire world kind of went nuts. I was working there for a bit, and then the pandemic decided to pan screw everything up, and pan fuck up every single plan that we pan had. So, ow, my brain hurts from just saying that. But so other things had to be taken care of and worried about prior to getting back to doing what the plan was. There's a lot of plans in there, a lot of different things in there, so can't exactly help that. Have you thought about a Discord community? We have a Discord community. It does exist. There's probably just not much happening over there because I don't go there very much. I was very active in that whenever we first got it, and then I disappeared. Everybody and their grandmother has a Discord community these days. That's just... It's something I never got very creative with. And this is coming from a guy that at one point was, I had like message boards and things like that back in the day. Back in like the first part of the 2000s. Long before CKN was a thing. So, I remember what that was all about. I used to love message boards back in the day. Back in the turn of the millennium and everything like that. That was one of my favorite things to do. And actually, the surprising thing was that whenever you went to some of the band boards, the message boards of some of your favorite musicians and artists and things like that, despite the fact that the websites were being run, obviously, by a... it was being run by a company, or it was being moderated and upkept by a company, and they had just like a mod that was taking care of all that stuff, or a webmaster is what they used to call it. In fact, they still might call it those these days. It's just kind of an outdated term. Sometimes your favorite musicians would end up on those band boards and you'd be talking to them. So, for example, on the Megadeth message board, the old Megadeth BB, you could actually end up chatting with Dave Mustaine, because he would go on there every so often and he would post. He would mostly just post messages about the upcoming events that Megadeth had going on and things like that. These days you could get someone to do that for you, or get a bot to do that for you, or just message it from your phone. But see, back then that wasn't really possible. So you knew that the person you were talking to was in fact the artist. And the second way that I know, actually, was that whenever I finally got the opportunity to meet Dave in 2005 at Gigantor, and I asked him about it. And he said, "Yeah, I liked posting those messages and posting the replies, talking to people. Whenever I had a break from touring, or whenever I had just a moment that I was on the computer and wanted to talk to some fans. So it was awesome." PlayStation Metalhead with the $4.99 trying to send a request that I guess is not suitable to submit on Super Chat. I'll type the actual song on live chat. Interesting. Yeah, give it a go. I met Dave. Yep, I met Dave. I met the entire 2005 lineup. Yeah, I met that entire lineup. That's pretty cool. I'm awaiting PlayStation Metalhead's attempt. Thanks for the $4.99. I appreciate that, brother. Thoughts on the Wall album in its eternity? It is pretty good. It is not the best Pink Floyd album. It is not the best Pink Floyd album by actually a long stretch. It gets a lot more love than it kind of deserves. It's a good album, though. It's a great movie. the Wall is an awesome movie, actually. But, yeah, Ellefson was not there. Really, Dave was the only member from the classic lineup that was in the band at that time. Dave was the only member of the classic lineup that was in the band at that moment. That much I do remember. So it was a very interesting period where I can't even honestly, I can't even recall the lineup that was alongside of Dave, because the biggest thing for me was meeting up and talking with Dave. Not to say that the other members were unimportant. But it was
for me, that the thrill for me was to talk to Dave, who I'd liked Megadeth for a long, long time, and I also was genuinely curious about the message board stuff. But it was also through those message boards that I grew to know, personally, Mark Brody from Jag Panzer. The funny thing is that we kind of, I remember us talking on the board. His name, he went by actually just the name Jag Panzer. That was just the name that he went with. And I went with the name Unholy Punishment. It was a combination of, Holy War's the punishment due, only I made it unholy because I was an edgy teenager. Shut the fuck up. But, you knew people through their screen names more than you knew them by actual name. You know what I mean? Like, if you became friendly off of these boards, then you would know folks by name, or if they volunteered that information in messages, which was usually not, it wasn't permitted. You were fully allowed to do that, and in fact, in many cases, you got really close as a community. But usually, you just referred to folks by their screen name or by little parts of their screen name. Mine became easier since Unholy Punishment was such a long name. It was easier just to call me UHP. Just like the same way that coverkillernation is long. It's easier just to call me CKN. Apparently I have a thing for wordy, letter-heavy names. But yeah, that's just those are really cool experiences. Really, back in the 2000s and especially in the early 2010s, it felt like every time I went to a show, there was a good chance I was meeting somebody. There was a good chance I was going to be talking to somebody. I would say the most unique experience that I had. Styles Clash 1, what's up, buddy? Or Styles 1 Clash. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. The most interesting thing was whenever I was in Dayton, Ohio with a girl I was dating at the time. She was a really big Avenged Sevenfold fan. So we went to a Taste of Chaos tour out there in Dayton. It was the closest it was coming to us. It wasn't coming to Pittsburgh. Also, PlayStation Metalhead, if you're still having problems typing that in chat, if it's not allowing it or anything like that, I would go, you might be able to email it to me, which is the name of the channel at Gmail. Hey, Yinsers are everywhere. I know, I am one. Yins, guys. It gets annoying. It gets irritating, trust me. But yeah, in 2008, we went out to Dayton, Ohio to see the Taste of Chaos tour. And she really wanted to get their autograph. She really wanted to get Avenged Sevenfold's autograph. But they were not doing any signings during the show. It wasn't really a show. It was more like a small festival, or, it's a small, what it's like, where you have, it was more than just 3 hours worth of music. It was more like 5. And it was inside the Hera Arena. It was inside the Hera Arena in Dayton, Ohio, for those of you who know the area, which would probably be like none of you. I actually knew it because I had been there every single year prior to that with my father for the amateur radio Hamfest that they had there. It's the biggest one in the world for the Hamvention. So they weren't doing signings there. So after the show got out, I knew that building, and I knew that there was a good chance that
the bands, like their tour buses and their equipment and things, were probably going to be back in the flea market area. I'm using terms that are relevant to the date and hand invention. Using that foreknowledge, I knew that was probably where all the tour buses and all of the equipment buses and things like that were probably located. So I said, hey, we're gonna go back here. We're gonna go back here, and that's how we're gonna find them. And we did, sure enough. We found a bunch of buses back there, and I thought, okay, this is. Did I mention? I don't think I mentioned this. It's snowing its tits off at this stage because this show happened while a winter storm was blowing through. So, this sounds like one of those stories where your parents tell you, whenever I was your age, I had to walk uphill both ways to school and not negative 5-degree temperatures and blah 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 blah. Hey, you are going out to eat and drink with your brother, so you don't need to worry about getting into my queue. I'm probably going to be about 2 hours. Okay. Well, that's okay, Meatman. I was thinking about doing that today, but there are plenty of days in the year, there are plenty of times. The only way we're not going to get to your queue eventually is if I just die. And I don't keep a date book or a plan book, but I don't have any plans on doing that anytime soon. So, you go out there, you enjoy your time with your brother. You tell him CKN says hi and watch his face be like, huh, who the fuck is that? Have a good time, man. I appreciate you. You have a good one. So anyway, we're back there, and we find the buses. It was almost like I knew. It's because I did. Email should come up any sec now. Okay. I will await it. It's not there yet. I'm dying here. Anyway. So, the first thing I noticed is that there is a bus. Marked, by the way, with the $4. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. Yes, I just got it, man. I just receivified it. I appreciate it. So we finally find the buses, and there's one that it seems like there's a lot of people going in and out of. And whenever you see that, the very first thing that you think of is, okay, those are people that are relevant to the band. You don't just walk into somebody's tour bus or just somebody's bus. Yes, Mark, absolutely. Yeah, song up to 4 minutes. Go for it, man. So then, as we draw a little bit closer, I'm noticing, okay, these are not people that are associated with the band. These are fans. Like, these are just common folk. These aren't big, fancy rock star folk. Like, these are folks that whenever you, scanned around the audience and the crowd, whenever you were, down there in the pit, you notice some of these people. Some of these peeps. Attic with penalized. Let me get to that. Get this up for you, brother. So it's like, alright. This is penalized by Attic. Requested from Mark Pavalos Rahotes. Anyway. So I'm just like, okay, we're just going to walk in. Why not? Everyone else is doing it. It's cold. What are they going to do? Say, hey, go back out in the cold, asshole? They could have. Probably should have. Actually, whenever you think about this story, how it ends. So first of all, we're on bullet for my Valentine's tour bus. That wasn't the intent. Because Matt Tuck is, right there in a Richard Nixon mask. And none of the members of Avenged Sevenfold are there. There's nobody there to be seen. So, we hang out there for a little bit. My girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, long ex-girlfriend at the time, she was not very comfortable because there was a lot of drinking going on there. At that point, she was still kind of against that. 12 years ago now. This is a long fucking time ago. So we walk away. We get off the bus, and then I see another one. And I see a couple folks are like sort of waiting around it, just waiting in the cold. I'm like, what the hell is this? What's going on? So I guess what happened was that they were waiting in front of Avenged Sevenfold's tour bus to get things signed. So what was happening was that a representative of the band was coming down. He was coming down the steps of the bus. He was retrieving the signable items, was taking it back onto the bus. You could not go on the bus as a fan. You couldn't go on the bus as a fan. But he would take the items onto the bus. You would then stand out there in the cold. You would wait there for about 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it was, however long it took for them to put down their drinks or their cocaine or, whatever, and scribble on the thing with a pen. And then the representative would come back and would give your item back to you, and it would be signed by the band. Magic. Magic would happen. It would go into the tour bus, and it would look normal. It would return from the bus, and it would bear the signatures of all of these members. And, there you go. Your priceless possession now becomes worth everything if you're an A7X fan. Whereas I was standing out there freezing my tits off at this point, double of what my girlfriend was freezing, considering I'd given her my jacket because I'm a gentleman, aka I'm an idiot. And thinking to myself, the best part is having them right there, and you just have the opportunity to talk to them or say hello, or at least make an attempt. I made an attempt to talk to Sarah Jezebel Deva of Cradle of Filth, and she was not having that. But here, Avenged Sevenfold was so important and required warmth so much. They must have every inch of the warmth. None of the warmth can go to any other cretin, any small person. That you gave them the item, it disappeared into a tour bus and then magically appeared again with their signatures on it. Sometimes you just like to know that if you really, really wanted to, whenever you're getting something signed by somebody, you could just wallow up and punch them in the face. Sometimes you just like to have that option. That option needs to be there. So just having the option. Having the option, man. Having the option. Oh, boy. Speaking of Beatmun, I'm going to have to add to his queue. It does appear. I'm going to have to add to his queue. It does appear. He says, still life for whenever I return with a $62 donation. Wowzer. Wowzer, wowzer, wowzer. All right, once again, even though he's probably out there drinking it up with his bro, having a good time, thank you, Meatmun, once again. Meatmun's queue, by the way, is big. It's huge, guys. Look at the big queue. It's huge. Look up Meat Monathon. Y'all could follow his queue. It's big. It's big boy. It's a big meaty boy with big meaty claws. Dang. So we add Still Life to it. Oh, God, excuse me. Oh, it's remastered. How quaint. How quaint. It's remastered. What do I think of Corey Taylor's new song? Haven't listened to it. Heard bad things. Who did that vocalist remind me of? King Diamond. It reminded me of Kim. Because it be Kim. Hey man, sorry about that. My song is... Yes! I know exactly why... I know exactly why they decided, no. And honestly, can I even find that anywhere? I don't think I'm going to be able to find that over there. I'm going to have to actually go to the actual place with the actual people and the actual time and the actual blah. And the actual blah, 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 blah. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm going to have to go to actual YouTube for that. So, so here's the reason why PlayStation Metalhead could not request his song is because its technology is gay by Anal Cunt.
Computer. Hey, why don't you check out my website at www. I was looking at the Star Trek website and let me fax you my email address.
There you have it. The end. The end. That was Anal Cunt with Technology is Gay. And now this video is instantaneously demonetized.
I no longer can make money. Give me your money since I can no longer make it from this video.
The bloggy would have loved that. Yes. Yes, he would have. He would have enjoyed it voraciously. Indeed. Is We're on tour? We're broke up. We're broke up, man. In fact, not like you can make money on YouTube anyhow. Yeah, these days. Twice the number of ads, probably half of the ad revenue. Yeah, so I used to have 3 ACs, now I only have 1. It is out in my garage, pouting. I don't need it anymore, I have central air. So we're broke up, they're done. Yeah, my AC's drone project broke up because it wasn't popular enough. And his bandmates moved away. I'm going to say thank you to Meatman again because I can. Plus, because he requested Still Life. I love that album. It's amazing. Well, a Trojan condom just happened. Huh? Who's trying to keep themselves from getting preggo? Who's trying to stop themselves from getting preggo? Because you know I respect your feelings as a woman. Speaking of Anal Cunt. Here's my question. How many people have heard Anal Cunt songs in their life? Show of hands. Show of hands. Oh yeah, an ad just pop up. Good. Don't skip it.
I need money, man. I need all the dollars. I need all the dollars.
You have not. Yeah, you have. You just heard a song. I'm kidding. Yeah. Actually, yes, you have, because you did just hear a song. How many are familiar with the band, should I say? How many are very familiar, like intimately familiar with Seth Putnam's discography with Anal Cunt? What a name, by the way. What an amazing name. Styles One Clash with the $5 says, or should I say, asks, thoughts on Annihilator's recent album. It's not bad. Whenever I checked it out, let me give you exactly sort of how I feel about Annihilator. They, to me, have always been like up and down and up and down. You know what I mean? Where I'll really love an album of theirs to the point where I'll get super hyped for the follow-up. And then the follow-up really, really lets me down. That didn't happen with this album. Best example I can give to you for that is I love Carnival Diablos. by Annihilator. I love that album. Like, I cherish that disc. My buddy and I, we used to play the absolute, like, nuts off of that album. To the point where I think that his CD copy actually may have gotten warped because of the number of times we played it. I can't remember if that happened or not. Because there were a couple albums we spun to death. Like, we just loved. But then whenever All For You came, you know, the follow-up, it was so disappointing. And so much of it on it was so cheesy and corny. But I like the new album. I liked it a good bit. So I wouldn't look for it to make it to a list because there's a lot of heavy competition this year. Have I heard the new Batushka album? It's an EP. And no, I haven't. Is there still like 300 versions of that band, or are they down to one like adults now? And I sorry, not sorry for that either. But yeah, what's amazing about Anal Cunt is that for all that you've heard, there's also this. Are the Melvins still together? The Melvins can pretty much do whatever they want. The Melvins at this point, I think, are just an idea. Kind of like Lynyrd Skynyrd. Pretty much the Melvins can exist so long as King Buzzo lives. So, how's the album of the year list coming along? It's not bad. It's still, what you see posted is still the one from June 12th. So, that's still old. Any other band wear makeup like Kiss did? Black metal? Will anybody like dress up like a kitty cat? I don't know. Probably. I mean, baby metal, they think they're like foxes or something like that. You know, a lot of stuff in Japan and Korea is kind of, you know, visually interesting. I've heard Neil Morris's new songs. Not as of yet, man. I like to see what Neil Morris is able to do with this new album. He's kind of up and down for me also. Sometimes he can get a little preachy. Yeah, this album here, this isn't an SJW song. Oh gosh. The term SJW was not even around whenever this came out. This is actually Anal Cunt. This is the same band that just sang Technology's Gay or songs such as this one here. You know, these two are the same band. This is actually a demo version, so it sounds really shitty. So this is 100% the same person. That's Seth Putnam. Decided to make an album of ironic love songs or whatever you want to call them, as a joke. And I think it was also as a response to criticism about their style of, you know, songs like this. Seth's sense of humor didn't exactly have limitations. So Seth wouldn't be the friend of the common person in 2020, and really was not much of a friend of the common person back in the 90s, whenever Anal Cunt was really their most active, going into the 2000s also. I've been finding lately to add to your list. So far, I'm up to somewhere about over 1,300 different bands. I haven't started on the 50,000 that I want to do yet. I haven't added too much in the other playlists over the course of the past week either. So I've not really been hunting very much. I've had other things that I've been sort of taking care of and doing. But whenever I do get the opportunity, I will be adding some things. The newest things that were added for 2020, there's new albums from Avatar, Onslaught, Good Tiger, Black Crown Initiate, Keckle. Keckle is a brand new one, which I didn't get a chance to listen to, and I did listen to the Orbit Culture album. The Orbit Culture album was pretty good. I would say it's more middling to the high side, Don't know if it may threaten the list, and if it were to threaten the list, it would be probably pretty low on a top 50. Would be the best way I could put it. It's new. Have I heard the new Haken yet? Yes, Virus is excellent. I love Virus, man. It's a great album. The list hasn't been updated to reflect that, or in fact, I have a list for the list. I have lists everywhere, dude. Like, my life is lists. So these albums that I can remember. These are albums that I can remember that would probably make a list, or would probably, with one or two of these, would make. I'm already thinking about the top 50. So the new Cryptic Shift album I have on here would probably be 40, like at the 40 or 50 range, or honorable mention. Imperial Triumphant for Alphaville, that's top 12. BCI, Black Crown Initiate, with Violent Portraits of Doomed Escape is top 15. Haken with Virus is a top 20 album that I would probably upgrade to maybe top 15. Neptunian Maximalism with Eons, that's a 20 to 30 on there, so probably somewhere in the middle of the list. It probably sinks a little lower because of just how competitive this year has been. Alea with her self-titled album. That was the posthumous release. Really, really hard album to rank, considering you know everything about the story, you know the beauty of Trees of Eternity, you know how sad it is. It makes it a really, really hard album to rank, which as a result, I'm tossing back and forth the idea of not even including the album and just, having it sort of be in a class by itself. You know what I mean? So an album that you mention and an album that you talk about, but you don't assign a ranking to. Like, it would be something where, if you remember a number of years ago, whenever we did the top, I think it was the top 15 rock or non-metal albums of 2016. If you remember, whenever we did that, and David Bowie wasn't on the list, but we talked about Black Star and we talked about Bowie afterward. It would be something like that. Hum with Inlet would be in the 20s. That was an excellent comeback album. And Hail Spirit Noir with Eden in Reverse, that's a top 5 potential album. Because, God, it's amazing, and I can't stop listening to it. That could change if, I get further away from it and it becomes harder and harder for me to come back. You know what I mean? That is, it's kind of just where it's at. None of the stuff is, none of those guesses or those numbers or anything like that, none of those are set in stone. Nothing is locked in until I actually publish the top 50 list, you know what I mean? Everything could be subject to change. I could listen to something, for example, on an album that's down there in the 20s or 30s or whatever, and all of a sudden it gets propelled all the way up. Something wakes up in me, or something really maybe that I either missed or that wasn't really apparent to me whenever I first listened to it. Black Curse could all of a sudden go from 24 all the way up to number 6. Elder could drop from number 2 all the way down to number 27. It's happened before. Most notable of all of those was that Dream Theater's The Astonishing was a 90 out of 100 whenever it was initially reviewed, but then by the time we got to the actual list for the year, it wasn't even on there. It wasn't even an honorable mention. And if I remember correctly, was that close to being one of the worst albums of the year. The Gator album was okay. I didn't get I think as much out of it as others did. That'd be one where revisiting it would be helpful. See if maybe something happens there. You can't force it. That's the thing. With a lot of that stuff, you cannot force it. There are really no be-all, end-all lists. The only thing that you really have is, you could have 100 people independently make their own lists. And the key thing that you would have to do with that is have them never talk to one another and present them with the same albums or whatever. Lazy. I know that's you. Come on in. Come here, babes. Come here, babes. I know. Come here, babes. Whew. He was mowing. No. No. Lazy mowing. Look right in there. Look right over there. That's one of your biggest fans is here. In fact, I think one of your biggest fans just donated. Oh my gosh. Where are you going? What's the matter? You just want to stay on the floor and jump up on. Oh, Jesus. No, don't fall. Now, this is probably going to be hard to see because it's dark. It's dark. It's a blazy. It's a blazy. Oh my God, it's a blazy. And now you went out, huh? Oh, we just keep the door a little bit open, huh? Keep the door open. Hello. Tag, you're it. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Well, she's hosting the stream now. It's not my show anymore. Now it's Blazy's show. Blazy, what do you think about the state of the world today? Kibble shortage, of course. Too much of an over-reliance on liver and wet food. Isn't that right? Baby doll? Friend's cat is dying. Well, there's a buzzkill right there. Oh, that's awesome. That's the exact opposite of awesome. That stinks. I'm really sorry to hear that. Oh man, what kind of cat was it? Is it? I'm not good at this. What is she dying from? Charismatic Cryptic with the $5 Canadian says 5 cheers for baby kitty. You know the funny thing about that is? She's gonna be 2 here in 2 days. She's gonna be 2 years old. So that might be her final form. Liver failure. Oh. I'm sorry to hear. The plus side is that 15 is a pretty long life for a cat. They obviously can be, could be much longer, but that is still pretty damn good. It is still pretty damn good. I do have to say. Oops. I can't type. I need to go back to school. So we're looking at Carry On. My way was hard. I'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Hey, what are you doing back there? What are you doing back there? All right, let's do it. Whoop! Bluegrass, Kansas, which is where you would expect bluegrass to hide. Actually, you mentioned bluegrass, and I don't know if I've told this story before. If I did, then, well, we're gonna listen to it again. We're gonna hear it again. I went to West Virginia Wesleyan College, which was right in the heart of the state of West Virginia. Buchanan was the name of the town. Still is. It's still there. It's not dead. It didn't, get hit by a meteor or something like that. But one of the things that they did every single week, it was Wednesday evenings, I believe, at one of the little restaurants on campus. It was entitled the Cat's Claws. They did a bluegrass night there. There was a local bluegrass band that came in and performed right there in the little restaurant while the kids were eating and stuff like that. They were very, very good. They were quite a good band. I was, the funny thing is that whenever you have a preference musically, is that sometimes you completely ignore others. You completely ignore other styles and other forms and other this and other that, so you miss out on some stuff. And I can remember the first time that I was there whenever they were playing. I just sat there and was just like transfixed for like hours, and like my friends wanted to leave, and I was like, yeah, go ahead. I just stuck around and just listened for a while. Because that was enjoyable to me. It's still enjoyable to me to do stuff like that. You think Blaze is planning her escape? Well, that window's closed. I think all she wants to do is look out the window, but I need to keep that blind down because of glare from the sun. Pro Chaos. You may have talked about this before, but what are your thoughts on the new Catatonia album? It's on the list there. It's number 14. Pretty good stuff. I liked it a lot. Though today I actually also said that I think it might be a little too high on that list, because I haven't returned to it in a while. And I don't really feel like I'm not being gravitated toward it. But I did really enjoy it whenever I listened to it. I listened to it a good bit after it dropped, and I liked it a lot. Catatonia is a very reliable band. You know what I mean? They are a very reliable band. If they have something new coming out, even if they change up the structure of their music, you know that the album is still going to be really solid because it has that moody behavior to it. It has that mood-driven element. It's very relatable and also extremely well constructed by the guys. They're very, very good at what they do. Blaze is a girl with plenty of catitude. That might actually even be an understatement. I don't know. Like, there was a couple of days last week where she must have just not been really in the mood to play. Blaze, that is. Either that or I think she was getting jealous that her brother, Cornell, who is huge, by the way, by comparison to her. It's incredible, the difference. He was running after the same toys she was. The toys that used to be like reserved to her, nobody else would touch them. Now all of a sudden, Brother Cornell is over there playing with the same toys and chasing after the same toys, being competitive with her, and she would just get so dejected. Like, she just would go for it and then see that he was going for it and just stop. And she looks so crestfallen. I'm thinking, oh no, she's going to learn or think that play is now bad, or it's not for her. That's just a tease. Because I would shake the ball and everything would be to go to her. But she used to love to run, so I would throw it out there so she would run and get it. It was just a thing where you needed to. The future ruler of the CKN. She already is. She's already the queen. Long live the queen. Yeah, there's no growls on the Catatonia album. They haven't growled in 30 years. Well, thank you very much, Maru, for the. That was actually a really cool rendition. I have to listen to more of Steven Seagal's. I really do. Just simply because. What I really find these guys, or like bands like them, to be, they're great for crowds. You know, it's great background music if you have friends over, because then they notice it and they say, I know that song. I never heard it before like this, but I know this song. You know? Not only that, but it's also always great stuff to share. And it looks like they're doing very, very well over here on the Spotify side. That's pretty awesome. I'm glad and happy to see that. Also, Idols, is that too trendy for you hard metal folk? I just haven't heard it. I haven't heard it, so I don't know about that. As far as I know. You know what I mean? No, I would say that there would be more criticism, more critique, more like, I don't know about all that. A number of years ago. You know, the one thing that I've found and been very satisfied with over the course of the past couple of years is to find that we are not only a very tolerant folk, but we are a very musically diverse folk. We're a big-time group with that. You know, we may rib some folks for some bands and things like that, but usually for good reason. Idols with Grounds. You'd appreciate my wizened view. My wizened view right now is that sure is a band. They sure produce music. Tell you what we're gonna do. Where'd that go? Oh, it's off of a hymn. You know what? We're just play it. Fuck it. Typically, I require a donation for this, but now you piqued my interest. So I'm doing this on my own. What's the best of them is they don't take themselves too seriously. They're just enjoying the music. You're talking about Steven Seagal's? Yeah. I agree. And really, the funny thing is that usually the more you just are enjoying yourself with what you are doing, you know, the less that you take yourself seriously, or the less of a prick you are, the better chance you'll get over. Because if you are a prick, you do have the opportunity of getting over, but it may be for the wrong reasons. You know, folks will be more willing to maybe check a video out that has you saying something dumb on it, but may not be as interested or even care about hearing what your music is all about. Oh no, you're okay, Armored Rat. Like I said, I made the choice. This is really interesting. It's kind of like post-punk, actually. This is like a very big post-punk alternative vibe to it. I like it. Car Chaos? Car Chaos? Are you sure you don't mean Carcass? Are you sure you don't mean Carcass? Oh my god, Carcass. You listen to the new Trivium? I like the new Trivium a lot. I guess the first time I've liked the Trivium album, sort of like from beginning to end. Oh, okay, Car Chaos. Wait a minute. I remember something about these guys. I forget what it is, though. Wait a minute. I think I listened to some of this last night. I was listening to Angel Nation, and we got beyond the album, and I didn't feel like changing it, so I just let the radio part keep going, and I'm pretty sure one or two of these tracks came up. What's the name of the song playing? This is Grounds by the band Idols. IDLES. This is pretty good, actually. I kind of like it. Like, it gets more and more interesting as it goes along, and I appreciate that. pretty cool. Okay. We need to go back to where that is. Ultra mono? I don't know what all this fanciness is about, but I dig it. That's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I want to check out more from those guys. I'm going to check out Brutalism. I'm going to save that to the playlist of... Which playlist is it going to be? I don't know. Curious things to check out. There we go. I don't think I've added anything this past week to the Curious Things to Check Out playlist. Oh, I haven't even freaking promoted that yet. I haven't even promoted that yet. I need to make this where... no. I should make a playlist like this where I could have you guys drop stuff in there. Well, if I end up liking this other stuff, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, curious things to check out. That's just... I had this whole big list of, like, weird playlist names. It was last fall. And then I realized, as cool as that is, as cool as those are, sometimes you just need things that are direct. So, like, the last couple of things that I've added have been Dig, Triangle, Combat Astronomy. Don't ask what any of these sound like yet, because I don't know. Anomaly. I haven't listened to anything from this playlist in a bit. I actually need to give it some love. Doomtree. I actually know what Doomtree sounds like. My best friend, actually, that was a Let Us Death recommendation. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hypnos, and Coulter, Concilium, Cult Leader, Sulfur Ion I actually knew about. Miles Kennedy I knew about. I don't know why that's over here. I don't know why it's in Curious Things to Check Out. That should have been... I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be in 2020. No, it's not. Morbus Kron, that was because that's... Morbus Kron is actually... they released an album called Swevin, and of course, then they broke up, and the main composer of Swevin started his own new band called Swevin. And they're pretty good. I am the Manic Whale. Man, I have found some weird ass shit. And Horizon Ablaze just doesn't even need to be on here anymore because it's no longer a curious thing to check out. It's a curious thing that I know about, and it's awesome. Horizon Ablaze is great. Weight of a Thousand Suns is an awesome album. Certainly recommend that. Hey! I'm going to take a break. Whenever we get back, I want to discuss a couple things with y'all. I want to talk about a couple things. I want to talk a couple things with you folks. Including some things that we could do as a community with playlists. The potential for a video mania that may start in September. So we may actually have a return to video content, but it would be completely and totally driven by y'all. I know the name Baal Sagoth, but whenever it comes to being intimately familiar with their discography, I am not. You know, there will be a lot of situations where I'm familiar with names, but discographies I may be weak on, or it's been a number of years since I've played something from them. But anyway, so we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about a couple of playlist projects I have going on over here. And also, we're going to talk about something that I was thinking about last night. Whenever it comes to a way to be interactive with donations on this stream. And you know, especially if you either can't think of a song you want to hear or don't want to do that, I'm thinking about some other options of things that you can do with the donations. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm actually going to leave you guys with a little bit of tunage while I am gone, because 'tis tradition, I want to come up, I want to give you something that's nice and lengthy. I can play Cryptic Ship, but I'm not going to be gone for 25 minutes and 57 seconds. So, sorry. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Tell you what, I'm gonna actually leave you guys with Infinity by Primal Fear off of their new album Metal Commando, which is actually super good. It's a super good album. So check this out and love on this. This is Primal Fear with Infinity. I'll see you guys shortly. Blazy, I'm tagging you in. I'm tagging you in for a couple minutes. Keep them entertained. Be cute or something.
My father said, another day is dawning, and demons are touching me. The rain is falling, washes away the tears. It's an early warning, more of my fears in the dark. Traded on the world, shadows on the wall. When the night comes, you can hear the thunder's call. Empty spaces, I throw the shape of your heart. Standing on a bridge, and watch the river flow in the dark.
back. The blaze behind the mask. And she's out of control. She's back. The blaze behind the mask. I have no idea what you guys are saying right now. Hold on. Oh no. Ah, what are you doing? You silly cat. You silly blaze, you. You silly blaze, you. Oh my gosh, hello. Hello, hello. Hi. How you doing, baby? How you doing, Blaze, baby? Huh? How you doing, Blaze, baby? Hey, what's going on, KC? Oh, this... I'm not going to talk about politics on this stream. No. No, I'm done with that. As soon as that happened, your cat came in. It's like they know. It's like, oh, the Blaze stream is starting. You're going to say hello. Hello. My name is Blazy. My name is Blazy. Oh, she's burning up a storm. She's so happy. You know what we should do? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to or not. I'll have to check my schedule. I should blaze on Monday. Jeez. But Blaze, you like to move to Europe. Blaze, you want to move to Europe? You want to move? You want to move away from here? I don't know, tomorrow. I don't know. Oh, she sat down. She's like, go on. She's like, go on. You're into muscular men? Well then go to a Terry Crews stream. You ain't gonna find no muscles here. You ain't gonna find no muscles here. Only muscle you're gonna see here that's any good in my... I got muscular ears. Come on. Come on. Come on. And when up, you just want to stay down there and you want to reach down there and get you. Huh? You don't want to be up on the leg. No, I'm not getting into politics on this stream. I could do that, but no thanks. Not really my thing right now. I'm getting tired of it. I've been tired of it for a long time. I'm tired of everything being politicized. I'm tired of everything being, oh, that's a hoax. This is not a hoax. No, thank you. That alone, you know, the reason why I'm not into politics or folks talk about politics all the time or try to politicize everything, that takes me out of it. Oh, you son of a... You just scratch me. You little meanie. I know, Blaze for president. Duh. Jeebus. So howdy ho, how did you think, or what did you think about Infinity by Primal Fear, which is actually still rolling. Still got 3 minutes to go. It's an epic. Evil Toad would be proud. It's an epic. He actually knows about it, though. Great track. Metal Commando, good album. Very good album. I was pleasantly surprised. Change of scenery would do good for both of us. Yeah, right now I would like to be in a place where we get rain every once in a while. It has been dry as a bone here in my corner of the world for the past month and a half. It's been... and the funny thing is that around Pennsylvania, that's really been the opposite. Like on the east side of the state, they've had a ton of rain lately because they had the remnants of that hurricane, that Isaias, or whatever, the Hurricane Ice Baby, whatever the hell it was called. And then they got a stalling front that just dumped more rain on them. And there's been rain around the Pittsburgh area. I'm from the Pittsburgh area. There's been rain all around them. Not here. My grass is brown. Well, actually, it's more like my grass is like wheat. It's like wheat colored. It's gold. Maybe I should try and sell it as like legitimate gold, considering gold right now is worth like $2,000 per pound. Maybe just hack up a bunch of my grass and make like a pound of grass and say, hey, this is grass gold.
You can weave this into a gold bar. You can weave this into a gold bar. You just have to try hard enough. I actually haven't listened to the new Deep Purple yet, but I have heard good things. I have been pleased with the response that I have gotten. I believe from one of our own, from Andy Fox, he stated, "I figured by now they would be out of ideas, but they aren't." Super good time to get into crypto. Oh my gosh, let me tell you something. Chainlink has been going off. It's been popping off over the course of the past couple of weeks. I have very, very minimum in the crypto because I have very, very minimum to my name thanks to, COVID and life being dumb. And especially, since the move and everything like that, there's been a lot of catching up that I've needed to do. So I don't totally feel comfortable. And then COVID, of course, makes comfy like impossible. But Chainlink right now has done exceptional. It's done very, very well. It's been up. It's up about 100% just in the past week, which is nuts. It's absolutely nuts, man. You got Kyber, and yeah. I just recently saw Kyber. I got Chainlink at 350. So my gains are a little bit less minimal, or they're a little more minimal than yours. And I made the mistake. I got it whenever it was streaking initially, and then it immediately fell back off a cliff. So I'm thinking, oh, now it's dipping back to normal because it gets, those get that, they get the bump whenever they're made available on Coinbase for the very first time. So they get a bump like the first couple of days that they're on there, and then they return back to normal. So it's almost like a faux rally. It's a fake rally. So, the best piece of advice is to try to get them on other platforms prior to them becoming Coinbase available, available on Coinbase. And that if they get availability on Coinbase, that you have the option potentially for a short sell. Yeah. Check out the new Microphones album. It's one long, 45-minute long song, an extremely emotive, dark, avant-garde folk. And the lyrics are just incredible. Really? Really? Well, that there done sounds like something that's not even... What? Can I not even add that to my list? What is this horse shittery? What is this horse shittery? Well, I'll have to check that out on other platforms. That's what I will have to do. That is some horse shittery, though. Cool. I will have to do that. You're right. Yeah, that's exactly what you have to do. That is exactly what you have to do, man. You have to make sure that it is not going to... you can't see one or two bad days and immediately think the sky is falling. And that was the mistake I made whenever, Chainlink was the only thing aside from Litecoin that I made an actual, physical investment of. Like everything else in my portfolio is from learning shit on Coinbase because I'm a nub and a scrub and don't have a lot of mun to work with. I would love it if I could integrate crypto donations. That would be super awesome. But I am not that technologically awesome to really do that. I have a buddy that does that. And I have a buddy also that he does a lot of casino play with Bitcoin and different things like that. What's my opinion on the Chasm? Good band. Actually pretty great band. One of my long-term fan that, he doesn't come into streams, but... I've been friends with him on Facebook for a while. I don't forget how or why we even added each other. I think it was just based off of mutual interest or something like that. He's a huge Chasm fan. Exactly. Yeah. You just need. especially in DeFi. DeFi right now is the revolution. You know, Bitcoin's going to go up and have a bull run so long as gold continues to bull. And I think gold is going to continue to bull because I don't see how this is going to be the end of the virus. This still is, you know, wave one. This is the tail end of wave one. Wave two could still come, you know, in the fall, especially once we get into the colder weather and the flu season. Yeah, I've got the Brave. I don't have that set up though, because I don't know enough people that use basic attention. But yeah, Brave is pretty cool. I like Brave because of the fact that you don't have all those ads to deal with. You know, the ads that you get are the ads that you know basically sign up for. You get them from places that are you know, BAT friendly. It's a neat idea. We think the Bitcoin will go up to 70K? 70K? Okay. Someone's sipping some super Kool-Aid, but I tell you what, I'll sure feel stupid if it happens. I will sure feel stupid if it happens. Yeah, if you watch those ads, you do get paid in a little bit. I have some. I don't use it nearly enough. I need to use it a little bit more. And in fact, back whenever they were offering that initially, like the initial offering on Coinbase, I tried to get the browser on my old laptop, and for some reason it never worked. So I'm going to have to try it now that I have my PC up and running, and that's what I'm using. So, yeah. But brother, if that goes up to 70K, I'm going to feel sure stupid. I'm going to sure feel stupid because it's moving concurrently with gold right now. It seems like that's what's. See, I feel dumb because back in March, I had even less than I have now, you know, because back in March, I was still just like 4 or 5 months removed from moving into this place. So, here's a little inside info. I'm going to be inside info with y'all for a little bit. If you guys remember Video Mania from last year, and I do believe I was transparent about it back then, I think I was transparent about it back then, but a lot of the funds from Video Mania were being utilized in order to transition out of the apartment that I was in for 5 years to this house. Principally because the upkeep and everything from Hellpartment got to the point where it was very expensive to leave. To the point where I didn't get a security deposit back. It got poured back in to what was necessary in order to get out of there. And I was constantly, you know, even to get the place looking viable to rent again, I had to pour money into that too, because nothing was being done by the landlords. Nothing was being done by the folks that actually should have been doing shit. So essentially, I paid my way out of there in order to get into this place. And then, of course, had to pay in order to get started here. Because this is a rental also. But I know that shit will get done here considering the landlord is also my father. You know, that was just the way in which we went about it. Because, and here's another little piece of info for you that you might find interesting, Casey. One of my really, really good friends, family friend from whenever I was very, very little, he was very integral in the markets. He was a broker. He had and in fact, he had his own private company there for a bit. In this stagflation that we have going on, one of the biggest things to go after besides precious metals and crypto is land, physical assets. So we didn't know all this back in October, back in September and October, whenever I was getting out of that apartment. So the whole motivation at that point was just get the fuck out, because there have been multiple infestations of bugs. There were things that should have been done that weren't done by the landlords. There was preferential treatment being given toward other tenants where the money was guaranteed from the state. So basically, if you complained about one of those tenants, your complaints were being fallen on completely deaf ears until something terrible happened. And multiple times, terrible things did happen. There was a stabbing in that complex. There was a murder in that building. And there was also spousal abuse or, domestic disturbance in that building. There's a guy who drank himself to death in that building. There was a woman who was not even one of the tenants. She was just dating one of the tenants who nearly died of an overdose in front of the building. There was someone who was just strolling into the building that was a friend of all these other fucks that was just turning door handles and walking into people's apartments. It's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous, man. It was a horrible, horrible place. But there really wasn't an option for me to move at that stage. The one thing I'll tell you and be totally honest with you about CKN is that, man, the money was tight. It's one of the reasons why I chose to retire. Was that there was no real future way for me to be able to stack any sort of income to make investments or to, protect my future. Because it's not like I'm 24 years old and I have a long time to plan or a long time that I can think about that stuff. Lazy. Boop, boop. Go get it. I'm 36. I turned 36 this year. I turned 36 June 12th. That was the first stream that we did in 2020. So, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. So, the whole, one of the big reasons why the retirement happened was so I could focus on the present but more so on the future. So, my timing sucks. Hi, Tanner. How's it going, man? It is a really bad place, Casey. Is there another hurricane out there? Is there another storm? Is there threats of a storm? I knew that they were talking about a disturbance off of Africa. Is that building ground and momentum? I started before my... Yeah, it was before my 25th birthday. Yeah, I was 24. Yeah. I was 24. And back then, the whole thing wasn't even started with the idea in mind of making money or anything like that. Having it be a business or having it be, a brand or whatever folks call it. It was therapy. It was something fun to do because I had nearly died the year beforehand because of some medication. I was on some anxiety medication that decided that it was going to fuck with me, and I woke up in the hospital and didn't know why I was there. Had a bunch of folks saying, "Hey, you tried to kill yourself," and I said, "No, I didn't. What the hell just happened?" And I look up in a. And my mother she was a nurse for a long time, so she would get those drug guides. They need to know that information, that way they don't cross two drugs that have bad effects on one another or can have really negative side effects. And the drug that I was prescribed by a doctor that could have cared less if I lived or died or survived or whatever, had a very high risk of not only suicide, like legitimate suicide, but of sudden death. And also of negative interaction that caused death. So, this was also, you have to remember, this was also 12 years ago, where anxiety medication, or really any medication for those ailments, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, all of those different things, they were still, they were present, they were around, but a lot of times, whenever bad things happened on those drugs, it was attributed more to the disease than it was the medication. The medication wasn't seen as the problem, because a lot of times whenever things happened, it was personal choice or it was dangerous decisions that were caused by the disease as opposed to the medication. It wasn't that there wasn't a lot of regulation behind it, but a lot of this stuff was going along very unfettered for a while. And then they finally started to really do a lot more research on that. And they started to recognize, hey, some of these drugs have some ingredients, have some things in there. It's the reason why now whenever you see a commercial for a medication on television, half of the commercial is spent listing all of the potential side effects or things that could happen to you. You know? But anyway. Your mom is sick of hurricanes? I have a positive thing to say about hurricanes. They are horrible for those along the coast and those who experience them at their brunt. However, right now, I would love for the remnants of a storm to swing by my area here in PA and dump about 6 or 7 inches of rain. That's the best part about those storms for me. Not because I want flooding. I don't want this place to flood. We don't need another disaster here in 2020. And there's a lot of folks that have still had to deal with that, you know, but I'm just saying, I don't need anything else to happen in this year. If I can cruise into 2021, whew, good times. But we need the rain, man. Like, we need the rain. And those were always, those storms were always big purveyors of that. I don't know, for those of you who maybe have seen some of my posts about the bad rains that we've had here for the past couple of years, we've been spoiled. We've been spoiled, man. But, yeah, we have had absolutely no, like, very little rain here. Like, there have been storms all around us. Like, if I would go outside and I would sit on my porch. By the way, I'm playing with Blazy as we're streaming because she is insatiable right now. It's adorable. Nice catch. If I sat out on my porch, like I do very often during the summertime, I love having a porch in the summertime, I would see lightning. I would hear thunder. I would await the rain from the storm. I would get a light show. I would get the music of the thunder, but no payoff of rain. No payoff of rain. You know what I mean? So that's the big thing that we've needed. You know, we've needed some of those storms that dump like 1.5 inches of rain in an hour. But now, since it's so dry, that would do zero for the soil because it would just run on the dry soil and would not have any time to actually soak in. It would just run to the next location, or it would just pond. And so you'd have areas where the soil would be very rich and very good, but it would not be an overall help to the complete soil sample of the home, you know, or around the home, or around the area, really. You know, we need something, and it needs to be big. You know, it needs to be really, really big. You want to see the brunt of a Category 5 before you die? That'd be the greatest day of your life if you survived. If you want to do that, and you have not yet selected a vocation, become a hurricane hunter. Or become a meteorologist and work for the National Weather Service and become one of their hurricane hunters, or you would really have to become a hurricane pilot. You know, pilot of one of those hurricane planes that go in there and they drop the equipment in order to gain knowledge about the circulation and all of that. You know, hurricane hunting essentially is just safe tornado hunting. Because you're in a plane, you can actually travel high enough in the atmosphere where you can be above the clouds. Or at least at the cloud peaks where you're getting probably a lot of the sustained winds from the storm. But you don't have as much of a risk. Philip Anselmo stayed here in Houston after Katrina. I walked into a dive bar and he was hanging out and we kicked it for a few hours. you want to see it on the ground. Whew. You know how to position your car? If it's category 5, it may not care. It may not care. You better dig that car into the ground. 185 mile per hour winds, 160 mile per hour winds, those are nothing to mess with, my friend. It sounds like it'd be an awesome thing to see, and it might very well be. It might very well be. You did very well. You did very, very well. You caught a lot of those. Thank you. You did very well. We had a tornado here in Uniontown. God, was it 2 years ago? Yes, it was 2 years ago. It was the last year that I gauged time from what location of the tax office I was working at. The last year that we were at the Uniontown Mall location. So it was 2018. We had a tornado that ripped through, and in fact, right before it actually dropped, Faith, Miss CKN, actually went out onto the porch and was able to visually see the cloud that eventually dropped the tornado. It did not drop onto the apartment, but it sounded like a freight train. It has all of those classic, you hear those classic trademark phrases about how to identify or spot a tornado or whatever. Well, she got to live it. I did not. I was at work. So, that place, I could have come home to no apartment and would have been none the wiser. But it actually affected the office, the tax office that I work at today. I work at now. I worked at here in 2020. Because it's all, it's all part of the same franchise. Despite us being independent. It's its own confusing story. But it passed directly to, I forget if it was the east or the west. Like, they didn't take a direct hit, but it moved essentially right past them. Like, it missed the complex, it missed the, what do they call those? The shopping center that the office was located in, really by a matter of like 100 to 200 feet. It was a very, very close call. So there, the shopping center there, their biggest problem was that they didn't have power for a day or so, and they had some storm damage. Not very much though. But you got to the Dairy Queen that was like right across the street, but it's like cat-a-corner, and their sign got removed by the storm. And if you go right over the hill, like you're traveling downward from where the office was, and you have homes that had sustained major roof damage, and you could actually see right after, 1 or 2 days after, I actually went down that direction, and you could see the path. You could see the path that the tornado was on the ground. Nobody caught it on video, but all you had to do was go down there and look at that, because you saw the path where there was disturbance. There was the ground was disturbed. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. See, I like tornadoes. I like tornadoes a lot. I would never want to experience one as someone who could potentially lose their home and all of that. Like, that to me is frightening, because as much as I'm not a don't take my stuff kind of guy, during all of the protests and stuff, I saw that there was a bigger value on things than on stuff than there was a value on human life, and that made me mad. Right now I'm not in a position, and I'm sure that so many others are in that same boat, including those who go through this. I'm in no position to pick up and start all over again if that were to happen. However, if I ever got the offer to go to the Midwest, to go to Kansas, to go to those parts of the country, to Tornado Alley, and ride along with a couple of chasers, and especially those that are a little more experienced than I am, because I have chased storms before, but given my area, your chances of anything tornadic are minimum. They're minimal. So I was chasing them more for, storm damage, for hail, high winds, dangerous lightning, things that I can report to the Weather Service, because I am a trained weather spotter. So I am able to make those reports. And I did that. That's what I did for a while, especially like on off hours from jobs and things like that. Especially, I did it a little bit more during the first part of the 2010s than I have over the course of the past couple of years. But if I ever had the option to go out to the Heartlands at Tornado Alley and chase with a trained chaser and witness that, even if it's not being witnessed up close, like it's not like in my face, but it's something where I can look out of, I can step out of the car and see it plain as day. Or even just see it from the window. That'd be awesome. I think it'd be really, really cool. Well, storm surge and flooding are always your most dangerous aspects of any storm. Okay? The wind is brutal, and yes, it is very possible that wind could carry an item or cause something to collapse onto you. That is a big problem. And it's a very large and real possibility. You actually see that a lot more with tornadoes than you do with hurricanes, because a tornado's energy is so it's so focused on one area, and it's so focused on a small area. If you get a tornado that is a mile in diameter or 2 miles in diameter, which there have been ones that large, then you have a ginormous tornado that is exceptionally dangerous. And it's an extreme rarity. It is an extreme rarity. And that's whenever you hope and pray it does not hit land. Or not land, but it doesn't hit like cities or towns or any place that has dense population or even sparse population. You just hope it just goes over farmland and fizzles the fuck out. But with hurricanes, considering they're so dense, they're so large, it really can't get the clocking speeds that are necessary, but it still can cause extensive damage. It can still flatten buildings. It can that's dangerous. But storm surge and water, never underestimate the power that water has, because you never know how deep it is, and you never know how quick it is. So you are very correct to be fearful of storm surge. Man, we're covering everything in this stream, aren't we? What's next, sports? We're going to go over to Sven Markinson for sports. So how about that local sports team? My favorite phrase. One of them. Joplin, yeah. That was part of the super outbreak. I was watching that super outbreak from like one of the very, very first CKN studios. Like I literally had the Weather Channel on in the background with whatever the hell else I was doing, and I was watching. They had somebody who literally was in a helicopter watching a tornado on the ground that stayed on the ground for like an hour and a half. It was crazy. It was insane. And that was what they... You know how, like, you see situations where... people film things and you say to yourself, why are you filming this? You should be helping, the person that's getting their butt kicked, or, you should be doing something to assist the situation. You should be calling 911, whatever the hell. There's one of those situations, though, where you have a helicopter that's just watching a tornado, where you got to just feel so freaking helpless. Like, you have to just feel so helpless, especially if that thing went into a densely populated area. Like, you would just have to feel so helpless. Like, you would just be sitting there. Like, especially if you're the camera guy. Like, you're the camera guy. It's your job to, like, focus on this. And you just are seeing destruction. You're just seeing absolute destruction. Like, that has got to be the most helpless feeling. Am I streaming tomorrow? No. Tomorrow I will be not home. We'll be celebrating I'll be celebrating my anniversary with Miss CKN. It's 9 years. 9 years that we've been dating. We've been dating. It's been 9 years. Oof. Gave that woman the best 9 years of my life, and what have I got? Crippling debt, high anxiety, and 7 cats. 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Now the rub is that, what part of those are actually true? 7 cats? Very true. Crippling anxiety? Or the high anxiety? Crippling debt? It's not quite that bad. There is debt. There be debt. Pay off my debts. Buy me presents. Love me. Please love me. Nobody else does. Anyway. There are a couple things that I did want to talk about with you guys. Some CKN stream interactive things that we could do that I did want to discuss. I did want to discuss with you guys, with those of you who are here and those who are coming in and out. Yes. Is it really her name? Who knows? Her name is indeed the same as a Cure album title. The NFL will definitely have a season this year. They are too greedy not to. They are too greedy not to. But, couple things that I was thinking about. Last night I concocted a neat little idea for myself. I call it the RNG project. Random number generator. What I do is that I have a Last FM, as most of you know. I've pimped it out 10,001 times. And I have like 4,191 artists on there that I have scrabbled at least one song from. Whether or not there are any doubles on there or whatever is unknown. Now, I know that there are some of you, in fact, there's a lot of you, that whenever you donate, you would like to have you want to request a song to be played. We play the song, and everybody has a good time, everybody loves it, etc., etc. So, we really, really love that, but I do know that there are some that maybe do not have a song that they want played. They just wish to be generous, and which I'm very, very thankful for. I thought about, and this is especially true for those that maybe can only donate something very, very small. You know, like if you can only donate like $1 or $2, how many songs that are 1 or 2 minutes do you really know and do you really love and really would make that worth it? Well, I was thinking that way you don't feel left out. You still could get something for that. And we would have the option where I would spin the RNG wheel, and it would pick a number between 1 and 4,191, or whatever my artist count is at the point of the donation. And whenever I get that number, I find out which artist it is, you know, based off of play count. And that becomes a recommendation for you to listen to something from that artist that night. Neat little thing, completely arbitrary. There'd be no way to enforce it, obviously, but it would just become a recommendation. It would just become something where, let's say that you donate $1 and say, I'd like to spin the RNG wheel. So we do that. I spin the wheel and maybe it says number 5. You know, chances of that happening are pretty light. And so I would go to number 5 on my Last FM, the 5th most played artist, and I would say to you, okay, tonight my recommendation is that you listen to some Megadeth. You might be a big Megadeth fan. You might say, well, I've listened to Megadeth. I know Megadeth. I love Megadeth. And then say, yes. The recommendation is not necessarily one that's going to take you to a new band. This is also a way for me to say, hey, maybe you haven't listened to Megadeth in a while. Maybe it's time to go back and listen to some of this stuff. You know, maybe you've been thinking about doing that for a while. Or you might find a band that you really, really like. Now, this will not be without the opportune element of a booby prize. Because I do have to inform each and every one of you. In order to be completely and totally transparent, I've been doing an update project for the past 6.5 years worth of scrobbling that I missed out on because I did not scrobble on Last FM from the middle part of 2013 till the middle part of 2019, which means all 11 of the Now albums that I did a top 10 worst songs, those artists are on there too. There are also some artists from the music store of different things that I listen to over there that are on there too. Which means you could end up with Justin Bieber. You could end up with Taylor Swift. Remember all those songs from the bad song streams? Those are on there too. You could end up listening to Diabora. You could end up listening to some real crap. Yeah, you could listen to Haken. Haken's a possibility. In fact, I guarantee you, based off of this, that most of the names are going to be lesser knowns. Because let me give you an example here. Just my top 20 on Last FM it's as follows: Opeth, Porcupine Tree, Alice in Chains, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Catatonia, Marillion of the Well, Dream Theater, Tool, Overkill, Death, Enslaved, Pain of Salvation, Ishan, Nevermore, Testament, Rotting Christ, In Flames, Agalloch, and D-Click, which D-Click was a comedy project I was a part of whenever I was much younger. That stuff is not available pretty much anywhere. So if that were to get... There would be 3 names on here where if it got called, I'd have to initiate a respin because the stuff is impossible to find. Because I was a part of a couple of projects. And that's... I don't even have that stuff. Like, it's not something that you could find on Spotify or Last.fm or anywhere. It's like not even on YouTube, so... So, and to not include that, Hypocrisy is number 21. It actually has the same number of plays as number 20, so that's the new number 20. But yeah. So, let me give you an example of this. And I would actually formulate a scene in OBS which would show everything happening. But let's say that I roll this die here, and I get 21-24. So 21-24, what artist is that? Let's find out. I go down to my artists here, I go to jump to position, 21-24, I click go. Number 21-24 is In Tenebres. In Tenebres. So then it would be, I would post it in chat. So I would post it like this. So there it is. Out of all the number ones on Now, which was the worst, I have no idea. I actually have no clue. I have to go back and remember what the number ones even were. Because I didn't do the list. Here's the thing. Whenever I scrabble those, I didn't do the lists, the top 10 lists. I did the track listings from the albums themselves. Which means all of them. So if you don't know In Tenebres, You then go on and find out that In Tenebris has a new album in 2020. Well, fuck me, I didn't know that. Or did I? Did I know that? I didn't know that. So then you just pop it on. It'd be your job, your responsibility to do this part. This would be when you would decide to go in there and play a song from In Tenebris, in this case. And you listen to them and you see whether or not you like them. Not something that you have to do while you're in stream. It's something that you just need to do or should do, or it's a suggestion to do it throughout the night. This way, even if you cannot donate very much, you still get something out of it, and we have a little bit of fun with it too. That's one of the ideas I have. I'm thinking about it. Alright, Jimmy. Never thought you'd see me here again? I was always planning on streaming, but I can understand the sentiment, man. I can understand the sentiment. I'm waiting for all the inevitable laughs for if I ever post another video. Which, that's the next thing. In September, I'm thinking about potentially us doing another Video Mania. Now, like other Video Manias in the past, it would be completely and totally driven by the stream. Donations therein, etc., etc. But this would be a Video Mania that has a complete and total blank canvas to it. Now, I'm working out some of the finer kinks about this. But my thought is that for each video that would be funded, somebody in chat gets their dream video. Gets the video that they've wanted for a long time if it's within reasonability. So essentially think about how things were run in years past, where the first 4 videos had an option that was already predetermined, and then the 5th one was viewer's choice. And then there was a couple more, and then the next one was viewer's choice, etc., etc., etc. So, imagine every video being a viewer's choice video. You guys make the choice. Because you guys are the ones, you guys and girls should I say, I should not be disinclusive. You folks are the ones funding these projects. It's kind of like, it's very similar to what you maybe see some folks do on Patreon, where they have video or content goals based around that. Only we do it here in stream. We do it here in chat. Another thing I was thinking right there. And then yes, I indeed would make the return to videos basically to shoot and create your dream videos. That's number 2. Now the last one's a little bit more silly, and it's a project that could actually be ongoing. Now I've made mention in sort of hushed tones that I'm thinking about making a playlist called the 50,000. And you might wonder, Cover Killer Nation, what the fuck is that? What are you doing? You know, what stupidity is existing in your brain hole and coming out your mouth hole? I'm actually wondering now which album of In Tenebris that I actually listened to. I got the 8 tracks from. Oh, well, I'm just going to keep going with this. This is actually awesome. The 50,000 would be a playlist of 50,000 songs, obviously. It would not be one playlist because Spotify does cap you at right around 10,000 songs, so it would have to be roughly about 5 playlists. And actually it may have to be a 6th in order to get the overlap. And the goal is, maybe not necessarily for it to be alphabetical, but you know, it would be placed in like little alphabet ranges in order to keep things together. Now, I like that idea, And it's one where I was thinking, well, maybe that's one where I should get the nation involved. I should get you guys involved in helping to create this. But then I thought to myself, how insane would it be if instead, you know, I could do the 50,000 myself. Maybe. I might be able to do 25,000 myself. 50,000 might be a stretch, but I'm certainly up for the challenge. Plus, it's not something I have to get done in like 2 days. What if instead we did 100,000? What if we did 100,000? And it would be something where we, like everybody in chat or anybody who follows the playlist on Spotify would be able to add something to it. I think you're allowed to do that over there, aren't you? Like multiple people can work on the same playlist, correct? Favorite Nickelback song? Probably Never Again. I remember liking that whenever I was much younger, like whenever I was in high school. So if you're able to do that, and Hollow Within I think is confirming that we are able to do that. If you do have collaborative playlist options, then we would be doing that. We would make a collaborative playlist, and we would make this available not only to other members of the Cover Killer Nation, but if, you know, since we would all be contributing to it, then we would share this playlist to as many people as we could. You know what I mean? It would be a true introduction, and it would not have to necessarily be just a heavy metal playlist. This could be completely just music. We would have to, you know, we have to iron out some of the details. I feel like we need to be like focused on something, but at the same time, I'm thinking, do we really need to be focused on something? Like, do we want it to be 100,000 heavy metal songs? Or, you know, songs from the metal universe? Do we want that? Or do we want it to be a little more vast? Do we want it to be a little more creative? Or, I even thought of this. Do we want this to be... Do we want each 10,000, like each playlist, because it'd have to be like 10 of them or 11? Do we want each playlist to be a different either subgenre of metal or genre of music, where you have one that's just thrash, one that's black metal, one that's death metal, then you have one that's post-rock, then you have one that's black gaze. You just have to make sure it's public and not private. That can be done. I'm kind of liking the subgenre idea a little bit more. Because see, with the 50,000, with the one that I do myself, I can be as stupid as I want with that, you know? I can be as stupid as I want with that and do whatever, so fuck that, man. I'll handle that. That'll be my wheelhouse. This 100,000, I'm liking this. I'm liking each playlist. So it's basically going to be like 10,000 song playlists. And each one of them is going to be a different subgenre. I like it. I like it. Yeah, Riff Notebook, I've noticed that the alerts also have been very delayed. Like, I'm subscribed and, like, I get notifications for myself. I still haven't gotten a notification. So I still don't know that I'm live. I still have no idea that I'm live. Blood on the Dance Floor is the worst music you've ever heard, regardless of genre, worse than Meghan Trainor or Imagine Dragons. That will be my last question for the day. I think that Blood on the Dance Floor may be the worst. Or should I say that, oh gosh. Blood on the Dance Floor has the worst personality to go along with the music. And I will actually quantify this in the worst way. Ian Watkins of Lost Prophets did what he did. You know, was sexually abusing babies. You know, he's a true pedophile. Those of y'all worried about Save the Children, worry about fucks like him. You guys are too worried about people in Hollywood that aren't doing all this crap. You're just believing a conspiracy theory that's full of dog shit, or you're using information bias to not include people that you like because you like them, or because there's a little R by their name or a little D by their name. You know, y'all gotta worry about the sick fucks that are just like hanging out down the street. But anyway, but by comparison to Blood on the Dance Floor's music, Lost Prophets were at least like passable as a band. You know, their music wasn't very offensive. It wasn't very good. It wasn't great. It was very on par for the time. I actually listened to a good bit of their first 2 albums whenever I was in college, because that was right around the time whenever they first were starting to become very relevant. Should you check out Sleeping with Sirens? You can if you want. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not, personally speaking, I'm not a fan of theirs. But you were also saying that you could help majorly with nu metal. You might actually enjoy Sleeping with Sirens. You know? You know? No matter how crazy or insane that I've been throughout the years, here's the one thing I'll always tell you. Always try something out for yourself. If you ever think to yourself, man, I don't know if I should check out Sleeping with Sirens, I should ask folks maybe. Just fucking take the leap, man. Just try it. You know what I mean? Like, I sound like a drug dealer. It's so terrible. I sound like a drug dealer. It's like, it's just a little heroin. Who gives a shit? You're not gonna get addicted the first time you do it. Come on. Don't do drugs. Do music. It's fine. Music is the addiction that will actually, you don't need rehab for. And if you go to rehab for music, and I'm your, doctor, I'm just gonna say, no, do more music, and call me in the morning. But, like, I won't listen to Lost Prophets now, unless it's donated for, because, I didn't like the band that much to begin with, and with Ian Watkins being a walking, talking, baby-raping cunt bag, there's just no real desire for me to do that. The band members have moved on, blah, 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 whatever the fuck, who cares? But Blood on the Dance Floor is the perfect combination of the music is awful, and, what's-his-face, whose name I don't even want to mention on stream because that, gives him attention, is a child-grooming asshole. And should be behind bars, and the fact that he's not behind bars is a crime against humanity. The guy's a rapist. And a pedophile. There's the guy you should worry about. Folks out there thinking, oh, well, Tom Hanks and his wife moved to Greece to avoid being busted as part of the pedophile. Look at the guy from Blood on the Dance Floor. I have outrage toward him. He's actually doing this shit. Your focus is at the wrong thing. Because this is what's happening. Someone's coming up to you in meme form or conspiracy theory form or share form, and they're taking your head and they're saying, no, look over here. Whenever you're already naturally inclined to look over here like a smart, intelligent human being. But no, you're being told, look over here. And then you get this feeling of satisfaction of being part of a conspiracy theory because it's psychologically satisfying. Because you're part of a group now and y'all believe the same thing. Wah! But yet you're believing Looney Tune bullshit. If you look at someone who believes that aliens exist and think that they're full of shit, but believe this other garbage, you're a fucking hypocrite, and you should shut the fuck up. Period. That's the extent of that I'm going into politics today. Back to the fun. So, are we agreed? Notice how that switch just whoop. I like the new Trivium album, Shane Corn. I enjoyed it quite a good bit, man. Made the list so far, as of June the 12th. That list is still old. But it was a really solid album. I was pleased with it. I don't know if you know the streamer Jason Paradise. He's a he was formerly a Clone Hero streamer, whereas he can't really do that now because of the DCMA stuff over on Twitch. But I heard a lot of the songs from that new album before it dropped from folks that I guess must have gotten it in advance or had heard stuff in advance, and I had already tabbed it out on Clone Hero, and I was like, damn, that's sounding pretty good. Because I was really harsh on Trivium for a while. I was really harsh on Trivium there for a while, but they kind of needed it. And it seems like the kick in the butt worked. Davey Vanity, that retard. You wanted to throw up typing that? I want to throw up saying it. That's why I burped. Blech. Hey, Jay Morris, what's going on, brother? How goes it in the hose it? I just realized I still have this playing. Oh my gosh. I still have this playing. I didn't even have it around my... I didn't even have it around my neck like I usually do. Yeah, might as well just keep it going. Go with one more track and then we'll maybe stop or switch things over or whatever. I feel like I'm not going to make it to Meat Moon returning, so that Opeth album will just chill in the queue until we do that. It's my favorite Deftones album, Koi no Yokon. Absolutely love that album. It's amazing. The new Haken album's top 20 worthy. It is top 20 worthy. Oh, I know what I want to play. Holy crap. I'll wait for this to finish up and then I'm going to switch over. Gots to, man. Corno Yokon's amazing. I love that disc. For a long time, I probably would have told you that Around the Fur. Funnily enough, Around the Fur was the first Deftones album that I was aware of. But whenever I first got into them, I really liked Adrenaline because of the intensity. I thought that Adrenaline was such an intense album. You know, tons of energy, just it seemed like such a... It just seemed like Chino was pissed at everybody on that record. Especially like a track like Engine Number 9. I was a big Engine Number 9 guy whenever I was much younger. I still enjoy listening to it nowadays, but I don't get sort of the same like satisfaction from listening to it. Because as you grow, you know, sometimes the way you feel about certain songs will change. It'll change big time, you know. If you were in a place where you were like a little bit more angry or a little bit more sad or whatever, you know, a song may have a greater impact or a greater importance to you back whenever you were in those moments than it does now. Or it may have an association to those emotions, those feelings, or maybe even be a reminder of the situation. For example, you know, if there's ever a track that at one point in time in your life maybe made you cry like a little baby, and then you go back to it years later whenever things are different in your life, and it doesn't have that effect any longer, maybe that's just because you've grown as a person, or your situation, your personal situation is different. You know, it's not that the song is any less effective. It's just that it's no longer maybe giving you the full extent of that effect based off of, you know, what you have going on or your personal stuff going on. Eli, what's going on, man? Yoko Ono up next. Oh, yeah. Hey, Yoko Ono, ay, ay, ay. Yoko Ono, ay, ay, ay. Yoko Ono, ay, ay, ay. I'm gonna have to listen to this In Tenebra's album again. Oh, you know what? You want to know what else is neat about this Last FM thing? Let's say that In Tenebra's, for example, was number, what was it, 2101 or whatever it was, 2114, 2124. Well, since there have been plays made, you know, I've played 3 or 4 tracks from this album, maybe going on to 5. That means the next time that 2124 pops up, it's not going to be in Tenebras again. You know, this is a list that can change and shift and get to be different. So, for example, now, if I were to roll 2124, the band that you would get would be ILO. IHLO. And if you wanted in Tenebras, oh god, I'm going to have to move up like big time. I'm not even sure when I'm going to get to this. I guess it's going to be like number 11, I think, plays, or is it going to be 12? Like, In Tenebras has become number 1799. You know, it had 8 plays. And it's actually going to go up. It's going to go up to 12 plays. But we're actually going to switch off of that here. Let's play a track from the new Hail Spirit Noir album entitled Crossroads. Which features, by the way, the lead singer of Soulfald. I mean, this song was basically fucking built for him. Which rules. Because Soulfald is awesome. But yeah, actually with that 12th play right there, In Tenebras is now number 1693. So this is a dynamic list. I've got you really hooked on Last FM. I check that thing every single day. But yeah, this is Crossroads by Hail Spirit Noir. Wow! You're a big Das Sellenbrecken fan. Nice! You know the funny thing about that, it's the moodiest, darkest of his collection. And it's the one I listen to the least, but I need to get back into listening to it a lot more. After, oh man, I've listened to After 1,001 times, it feels like. I mean, I've listened in the context of the game we're playing right here, you know, that we're just fucking about with. You would get Isan if you picked in the RNG game, if it picked 1,009 plays. So I'm just going to drop the fucking Last FM for you guys. I'm going to pimp it out again. I don't care. You should scope this out. It's really fun. It really is fun. Another Opethian band. This is more of an Opethian song is what I would say. But yeah, dude, After is huge. Eremita is another great one. I love sort of that, like that early era. I've been a big fan of the EPs now as well. You know, he's got Telemark, which dropped earlier this year, which is absolutely awesome. I just got a voicemail without a phone call. How the fuck did that happen? That's some magic right there. Someone just pulled a goddamn rabbit out of their ass. How'd that happen? I got the voicemail before I got the phone call. I'm pretty sure this phone needs to be chucked off of a goddamn bridge. Top 10 Immortal albums. God. At that point, you might as well just do a rank 'em all, brother. At that point, you might as well just do a rank 'em all because you're pretty close. I think you're only missing like one. So I think they're what, 11 albums into there? They're 11 albums deep. Favorite KO Dot. I really love their newest, but I will always kind of be like a Choirs of the Eye guy because it still structurally sounds so much like Model in the Well. I'm a huge Model and fanboy. All right, like I love the fact that I sent Toby Driver money. That way he could send me copies of Bath and Leaving Your Body Map back whenever they were out of print, man. Like, it was awesome. But yeah. Who's excited for Carcass being on Spotify, man? I'm so psyched about that. I'm psyched for... There's a ton of albums from the 2000s that are either Century Media or Nuclear Blast releases, maybe some earache stuff. There's a lot of gaps in discographies on Spotify from the 2000s. I don't really understand why that is, but it keeps a lot of great albums from not being available to play. About Diabolical Full Moon Mysticism? See, I'm a Sons of Northern Darkness guy. That was confirmed before I saw the band live, but then it just became stronger whenever I heard Tyrants play it live. It was awesome. Such a cool moment. It was such a freaking cool moment. Like, that was just... So I'll always be kind of a Sons of Northern Darkness guy. Blizzard Beasts I actually do like a lot as well. I've played a good bit of that. I liked All Shall Fall whenever they came out. Northern Chaos Gods was okay. You know, the 90s stuff is kind of up and down. I like I think the most about Immortal's discography is that if you look very, very closely, they're not a black metal band from that era that was really all that obsessed with, you know, the traditional aspects. They created their own universe, which was neat. Like, I really, really liked that idea. The idea of creating your own little universe and having the music be, you know, we see it a lot now. And I know that for a long time, and maybe even still to this day, you might not even think that Immortal was a band that did that, but yeah, they did. It's awesome. You never been to a concert? Do I think that early Asking Alexandria was fun? I didn't really listen to a lot of it. I didn't listen to a ton of it. There is a big era. There's a big era of that side of music that I missed out on a little bit. Because for some reason, if a band immediately started off their career with like instantaneous credibility and was like kind of like if I saw certain people were liking it instantaneously, I was kind of like, you know, I really didn't want to worry about it. Can you play your Wasp Wild Child cover? Nazarene's Music States. Yeah, is that only available on YouTube or is it also on Spotify, Nazarene? Just interested. I think drive-in concerts are the future. Ever check out Hellstand? Yeah, I like it. Just YouTube? Okay, that's fine. Oh gosh. I can do that. Charismatic Cryptic with the 5 Canadian. CKN never dies. He only changed glasses. On the real though, really hope you're doing well and stream more often. I will be, man. Hey Mark, you have yourself a good night. I appreciate that. I appreciate you all. Adam Sandler. The man, I'm sure, is lovely, but his movies have gone downhill. His movie career is just, whoa. What be happening with that, may I ask? Okay, Nazarene over here, she's pimping out a video she literally just dropped 4 hours ago. So, yo, we are getting the fresh premiere. We are getting the fresh premiere right here in the CKN stream of Nazarene's brand new cover of Wild Child. by Wasp. As I'm clicking around and clicking around and clicking around and clicking around and clicking around. The thing that really made seeing Tyrants live special for me was that, and I've told this story before also, but I'll do it again, I don't care. The place where this concert took place was a former church that was converted into a concert venue and still retained like the church-like structure. Obviously, they didn't like reformat the building and like knock down the steeples and shit like that. So, you know, any band that goes in there or any artist that goes in there understands that it was a former church. So of course, black metal bands are going to play with that left and right. Metal bands are going to play with that left and right. Anyone's going to play with that left and right. I've seen 1,001 shows, it feels like, in that place, even though it's probably only been like 50. And, excuse me. And every single time there's been at least one artist that says, man, this place used to be a church. Well, now it's the house of insert band name here. Anyway, so Immortal, of course, did that. And then, throughout this, there were multiple stops, which gave the option of the crowd just buzzing in anticipation. They were just red hot for this song, and they just loved it. You know, the song was over so freaking big. So they would just drop, and everyone who was unacquainted with the track thought the song was over. Even those who were acquainted thought the song was over. Either they knew that the song wasn't over, and they're just like, I don't care. Now I see that there's another one of my friends that's now listening to Immortal, perhaps because of this, because psychologically he saw that on his friend activity and thought, I want to listen to Immortal. But anyway, they would stop. They stopped it for like a minute and a half, and then they went bam right into that second half of the of the song. It was awesome, and it probably helped that there was a blizzard happening outside at the time also. Which, for the Blizzard Beasts, the Sons of Northern Darkness, the Mighty Raven, seemed only apt. It was as though they brought the Blizzard alongside them as they cruised into near Pittsburgh, PA. Hey, let's scope out this premiere cover of Wild Child by Wasp by Nazarene. One of our own chatters that is happening right now. She's right here. Yeah. I can't think of words right now. Howdy do. Hey, if that's you, then that's a nice looking. Is that a bass? Is that a bass you're holding in that? It looks like it's a bass. If not, no, that might be a guitar. I can't see whether it's with my regular glasses or my CKN glasses. Like I never reviewed Days of the New. They never had a new album out. They never had an album that was out. But I do recommend you check out Days of the New if you're unfamiliar. Do I like fish? Fish are delicious. I love fish. Were you talking about the Marillion singer? Do you actually mean the jam band? Which fish are we stating here? I have countering opinions towards it. Ooh. So look in my eyes and burn alive the truth. I'm a wild child, come and love me. Bobby Fish. Bobby Fish is awesome. The food? Yeah, I love fish. I go to a like a Chinese buffet or to a genuine seafood restaurant, which we have like none up here aside from cruddy Red Lobster. I have like fierce internal debates of which fish I wish to eat. Yes, Marillion is still a thing. In fact, the last, I don't even think that Fear is their like newest album at this stage. I have to take a look here. Hold on. This, by the way, is really good. Yes, they in fact have an album from last year entitled With Friends from the Orchestra. They have other things like Marillion.cl, NL and .com. I think these are like... Are these new? Are these live albums? What the fuck are these? I have no idea. What? There's more. What are all those? I'm confused. Happiness is cologne. What? Huh? Marillion's freaking me out here now. What the fuck is happening? These are bootlegs that they release like every fucking live album that they did. Pardon the French, pardon all the language there, but I am quite confused. There's like 10,000 live albums between 2016 and 2020 from Marillion. Which, I mean, hey, cash in. They have a nice dedicated fan base. But yeah, the last album of theirs that I was aware of was from 2016 called Fuck Everyone and Run, or Fear for short. Which, this is one thing that Spotify does that I hate. Is that they'll break up tracks. I don't actually think that I don't know what the actual album version is. I don't have the actual album version. I just had the promo. I had the promo version, and that is on a hard drive that is now dead, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure on that promo version, it was only done as 6 tracks. As opposed to this version here on Spotify, which is 17 tracks, because it breaks up the individual parts of the epics. So, like, their very first song on this album it's a quite long one, and they break it up into 5 parts. So El Dorado goes, from long shadowed sun to the gold, demolished lives to fear and the grandchildren of apes. You know what I mean? So, like I said, since I just had a promo that basically, you can't. The one bad thing about promos is that you cannot always trust that as what it's actually going to be whenever you get it. Marillion was established, I believe it was late 70s. They had their height in the 80s. But yes, very, very close on that. BB Yoda. BB No Money. Yes, that was excellent. That was excellent. I see Meatman has returned. He is drunk, destroyer of worlds. Meatman, I'm going to take a minute to go and urinate. But while I'm doing that, tell me, would you rather listen to what you donated for prior to leaving, which was Opeth's Still Life? Hey, you have a good one, Hollow Within. Take care, man. Or would you rather us get back into the Deer Hunter? Hey, thank you for the donation. It was my pleasure to play that, Nazarene. It was very well done. Hey, Tanner. Again. Welcome back. I got pee. All this liquid in my veins, I am insane. My eBay. My Sharona. What's up? Alrighty. Ouchies. He still hasn't answered. He's too drunk. Nicola. How's it going? welcome. We are pretty deep into today's stream, but got some pretty awesome ground covered so far. Got some interesting things that we've been thinking about doing for the future. Right? Favorite Avenged Sevenfold song. Oh man. It's actually a pretty good question. It's actually a really good question. Huh. A tremendous question, in fact. Desecrate through reverence, maybe? Man. That's a tough question, man. Like, I was never like a huge, super major fan. So, a lot of my exposure with the band was through somebody who I dated back in the day. And then, only recently did I start listening to him again, because I did discography review of them. You said Still Life? Okay. Did you say it? No, you didn't. Still Life it is, brother. Here we go. Hey, let's listen to Still Life. In its completion. In its totality. The man said Still Life. Little Piece of Heaven's a pretty decent song. Got a little ruined for me. Like, Seize the Day was also one that I preferred, despite it was a little cheesy and corny. So, of course, I was dating somebody who loved Avenged Sevenfold, so I thought, okay, maybe this would be a good song to share with her. That would be no. That didn't mean shit. So, hey, whatever. You know, what are you gonna do? I kind of like their hybrid stuff. Oh, you don't know if it came up on my... It didn't. Oh, at 5:46? You know what? You wanna hear something messed up, dude? I don't have timestamps. That's so weird. Over here, I don't have timestamps. Like, just on the chat. On the chat, I don't have timestamps for that. Like, I have viewership numbers and comments. I don't have timestamps for that. That's wild. That's so weird. I never had to even worry about thinking about that until that was just mentioned. That's so cool. The 3 dots? No. That just gives me the ability to report, remove, put a user in timeout, hide the user, or add them as a moderator. Oh, that scared me. I had already heard, like, the intro sounds of the More. And whenever the guitar started, I thought that it was coming from another device that was out in the living room. Oh my gosh. But anyway, that's okay. We got it. We're rolling with Still Life. I tell you what. We're going to give a dry run to the recommendation, the Last FM recommendation deal that we're talking about. We've been talking about for a while. Anybody who donates during Still Life and doesn't want to listen to a song, doesn't want to request a song, I'll give you a recommendation. We'll play the Last FM game. I don't know. Let me get the actual RNG random number generator back up here. Make sure that I have the correct number. It's now because we've listened to a couple artists that apparently I hadn't listened to, like Idols. It's now 4,197 artists. How about that? Favorite song on Still Life? Oh my. All of them? Pretty much all of them. Like, I'm anal retentive about this right now, where after I play it, I'm going to go and change the tags, because this is remastered. This is the remastered Still Life that they have on Spotify. I'm going to go change those tags and make sure it's not remastered. That way it counts. That way it's not a second listing. I guess what I'm saying. I'm that anal retentive about that. Especially considering Still Life right now, via Last FM, is supposedly the album I've listened to the 8th most out of all of them. Those are all, by the way, if you ever look at that and you look at the top albums, those are all quite wrong. Because for the first, 3 years I was on Last FM, album tagging just wasn't a thing, really. It just wasn't a thing they did. Which is really, really weird. They added that later, and that is the most commonplace thing to not be included with tagging errors and things like that. They'll get you the track name and the artist, but albums also get really affected a great bit by bad tags that are created for digital playback and stuff like that. You can have multiple listings of the same thing because it's very sensitive to what you put in there. So Bath by Marlon the Well, for example, if I play it on Spotify, they have quotation marks around the word bath. That creates second entry. And it's also wrong. So you gotta go in there and you have to fix it. So there are some things that may drive you a little nuts if you do decide to get on the Last FM. I'm sure that the Riff Notebook knows all about that. He's probably fixing it right now. He's got to be fixing it right now. That's why he's not chatting. He's listening to stuff and it's not to his liking. Oh, the thing with Imagine Dragons. What that tells me is that rock music needs to have a much better decade in the 2020s. And that this was done, and that list was created solely based off of the popularity of the song. That was not a true showcase of the best songs. Because you have to remember, this is the same decade where indie rock was sort of silently very, very big. There was no songs on there from Band of Horses or the Black Keys. There was nothing on there, but I'm trying to think about one major artist that I never really got that into. It's not Fleet Foxes. Fleet Foxes weren't on that list either. Because these singles, it's Billboard, so if the singles didn't sell, they're not doing this based off of anything aside from quantity. Quantification. But, God, what is the name of that damn group? For Anna Forever Ago. Who the hell? I used to sell a bunch of this shit, man. How am I forgetting this artist's name? Oh, well. Someone help me out here. Help my brain. Too much in there. Too much music shit in there. Too much other stuff in there, too. Nazarene's Music says, since I'm a glutton for self-promotion, here's a 10. Can you play my Devil's Gonna Come cover? Can do. It might be a little while, Nazarene, as we are thicken the Still Life, unless Meatman is willing to take a recess from that. I know we're just in track 1. Thank you, I appreciate that. Devil's Gonna Come. You just started this channel too. Wait a minute. I don't think... I think that I've actually no-sold one of the greatest aspects of what's happening here with Nazarine's music, with this going on right here. This channel was just begun 5 days ago. You just started out? Hey, man. Okay, more people need to know about that. More people need to know about the channel. If you guys liked what you heard from... If you liked Nazarine's cover of Wild Child from Wasp, you need to get on your little Facebooks, your little Twitters, your little whatever. You need to talk to your friends. You need to share that to them. We can take a quick recess after the more? Okay. Yeah, the video is... it's only 2 minutes and 7 seconds, so it's not going to be a long one. And you did Kiss from a Rose. Okay. This is awesome. This rules. Yeah, you just started this channel. That's wild, Nazarene. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your YouTube endeavors. I really do. You folks need to share this shit. If you like that cover of Wild Child, you need to share that channel with at least one friend tonight. Okay? You know, help a noob out. Help a noob out. Whenever it comes to the actual stuff that she plays, she is clearly not a noob. Meet one. Appreciate that, dude. What's coming up here? What we got? Oh! I can't do it. I'm stupid. And there you go. I don't know what's happening here. I'm so confused. Oh, God. Help. Ah! Metal only recommendation. Oh my. So you want just metal recommendations. Okay. Okay. Well, since you gave 20, let's do like 20. Alright. First one. Let's generate a number. 1579. What the hell is it going to be? Who the hell knows? Let's find out. Go down to the artists. 1579. Are you metal? This could be anything. 1579 is the 10th Circle. These aren't really recommendations. This is RNG, my friend. I'm not sure if I want to go with that one. We're going to go with that. Nah, you know what? Yeah, sure, why not? Go for it. The 10th Circle, number 1. I want to give you a wide variety here. Rec, number 1. The 10th Circle. Hold on, I have to stop this. See Scothead's Lament. We have Devil's Gonna Come to check out from Nazarene. Let's do it. I'm sorry, Nazarene. I was just really enjoying how into that intro you were getting. That was awesome.
Head down, walk with the reason. Know that's when the daylight dies. Gonna have to face my demons, a life of sin.
I also really like the clock that's in the background of this video. That's a really unique clock.
The devil's gonna come when the sun goes down. Oh, the devil's gonna come when the sun goes down. Gonna lay by the river, gonna rest my eyes. 'Cause I know this time tomorrow there ain't gonna be blue sky. I walk a lonely mile, so many years I roam. I'm sinking slowly, so low. No one to take me home. Oh, devil's gonna come when the sun goes down. Oh,
how long have you been singing, Nazarene?
sun goes down. Now I'm buried in a shallow grave by the riverside.
How long have you been singing? This is excellent. Can somebody please get this girl in a band? Alright.
Now whatever I see, coming up ahead. Now I know Debbie's gonna come when the sun goes down.
Okay, we need to get to the next random
Debbie's
number.
gonna come when the sun
445.
goes down.
What's 445? Somebody listens to the 10th circle named Cunt Death. That's just rude.
When the sun goes down.
That emotive face. I love it. Okay, that just made a subscriber out of me. That made a subscriber out of me. That was awesome. 445 is King Crimson. You probably know King Crimson. So I don't know if King Crimson really should count as a rec. So what I'll do is I'll go with the one that is directly... Which one... Do you know both of these, Meat Mun? Do you know Carnival? Do you know Sanctuary? I just killed a gnat. Been singing since your teens. How old are you now? So rec number 2 could be potentially either Carnival or Sanctuary. There we go. We'll make it like that. We'll make it like that. That's how we're gonna fashion it. You're 29. Oh my gosh. God, you're younger than me. Oh, you freaking youngins. You get to listen to either? Okay, got both of them. So there's 2 more. I'm counting those as just one though, because why not? We'll move to 1167. 1167 is Holy Grail. Rec number 3 is Holy Grail. And no, not Monty Python. Would your favorite top 10 Opeth songs be different now? Probably. Because they always kind of like shift around a little bit. There's another one. Oh, 3705. This is going to be... Ooh, this is going to be dangerous. The deeper you get into the numbers, the fewer plays there are, which means it becomes a literal minefield of music. 3705 is... Do I actually remember what they're like? Greek prog metal band. I don't know if that's the one that I went for. Fuck it! Rec number 4. Need. What is happening over here? I'm so nerding out and being happy. Well, you are getting dings and dings and dings thinking that it was something important. Your mother is a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. It was awesome. Alright, we're going to retread back to 1669. Let's find out what 1669 is. It's really bad whenever you don't even know all the stuff that you've listened to. Like, for example, there's an artist here that is just Old Town Road, Little Nas X. That's very wrong. I'm going to have to fix that later, and by later I mean like 10 months from now whenever I see that again for the first time. 1669 is Cemetery. Number 4, or number 5 rather, is Cemetery. Notice how I'm not telling you anything about these bands, so you can go in fresh. That is exactly my reasoning behind this. I'm also washing my hands of this because, you know, RNG is fun. Oh god, we just went into the 4,000s. Oh boy. I've noticed this RNG, this generator has like a really big like boner for the deep end of this list. So, like I said, it likes the minefield a lot. Number 4020 is The Ghost Inside. Oh, excuse me. So we still have 14 more to go. Next, we're only retreating to 3204. This really likes the deep end. 3204. I have no idea even what that is. That is not metal. That is not metal at all. Okay, so that one, it's a fail. 1447. Actually, this one, yeah, that one's not going to work either. That one may, though. We're going with Iron Angel. Iron Angel for the next one. Man, I had a lot of people ask me about that Deep Purple today. I actually haven't listened to it yet. Am I really doing an RNG rec for every $1? I am. And you're even getting a bonus one considering I gave you 2 for recommendation number 2. I'm not stopping, brother. 185, let's go! Let's freaking go, bro. Pure Reason Revolution. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Rec number 8. Pure Reason Revolution. There's a reason why Still Life is the best Opeth album. Because everything pops on this album, man. Everything. Including My Wet Pussy. 85! So we went from what? Was that 185? Yeah, 185 to 85. Oops. Now it's going to the high end. Dark Fortress! So these recs, by the way, can go for anybody. So Dark Fortress is recommendation number 9. Engine, number 9, doodah, 322. Now it's staying really, really close to the top. Which is good, because there's more plays up there. Ha 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 ha! Yes! Beautiful! Rec number 10. Band that I'm personally a fan of. Gore Rotted. Hope you like Grind, my dude. It's well done, Grind. I really like it. I really like Gore Rotted a good bit. Only Tools and Corpse is a fantastic album, man. Really, really fantastic album. I loved it. Okay. We're still staying up there. Number 300. Now we're stuck near the top, which is probably good, because there's more plays. Fear Factory. Number 300 is Fear Factory. Face of Melinda or Moonlapse Vertigo? Moonlapse Vertigo. Love Face of Melinda, but like adore Moonlapse Vertigo. I would date Face of Melinda, but I would marry Moonlapse Vertigo. Primitive Man released there. Yeah, this is actually, this is a Friday. It's new release day. Shit balls, I forgot about that. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight. I'm going through and getting all the stuff that... I forgot what day it was. Damn. Dagnabbit. 877. Now we're getting deeper into the initial 1,000. Hey, can we thank Nazarene again for sharing... First of all, having the courage to share her covers. But then also, can we thank her for being... those being so awesome? Because holy shit, those are awesome. I need to make sure I spelled that right. Because recommendation number 12 is Turisaz. 8 more to go. Uh-oh, now we're going deeper. 2389 is the number. 2389. That number sounds familiar. Did we already do that? No! And we're not going to, because it's Journey. If you don't know Journey, then I can't help you. Next, try again. 2963, it's going deeper now. Oh boy. We're going deeper into the minefield. 2963 is Tight Show. That's not metal, so that doesn't work for what we're doing. 2246, let's try again. 2246 is... I don't think it's metal either. Shit! It's... Oh god, 3812! It's going even deeper! Oh my god! Rain Fell Within. I don't... Is that metal? It might be. Is it just... It's a symphonic metal band, so yes! And there's ladies in it. And Laurie looks like a very cute redhead. That's awesome. Rain Fell Within. Hi, Horseman. I've heard of Midload, man. It's an awesome album. It's really, really good, man. I'm personally, though, right now, very, very hyped for the new Ueda because I heard Jin and freaking loved it, man. But yeah, Miglis is also very good. I had a great reviews. Oh, I had a great review in you, and I'm glad that I still do. Thoughts on Amorphous? I love them. They're one of the most consistent bands in metal today, right now. And they have been for a while. Was it number 13? We still have 7 more? We got 7 more! Let's keep going! Let's do it! Let's get it! 1946. I can't believe I just said a meme. I do that all the time. Please. 1946 was a great year that I never saw. Because if I did, I'd be a baby boomer. Unearthly Trans! Which you might think is a like a trans band, but no, it's actually a metal band. Trust me. Try it, you might like it. 1042 is up next. 1042. Oh, I can see why this game's going to be incredible. Because, see, you were specific. You were specific. Eventually, folks aren't going to be specific, and someone would be going home right now at 10:42 having to listen to Nickelback, man. That was Nickelback, but it's actually, for you, going to become Nasty Savage, man. It's going to become Nasty Savage. Meatwoman was going to have to freaking go home, and he's got to go listen to some... Let's go listen to some Nickelback. If I didn't pull that little audible on you. 403. Going back up near the top. Where it's safe. Called a Pelto. Very nice. Singer of Hammerfall? No. Stradivarius? I forget. I don't remember. Stradivarius. Duh. Yeah, Nickelback just released the cover of The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Well, see, what's happening right now in Interdimensional Entity is Meatman dropped a donation and he asked to play the RNG game. And I'll add this to the stream layout eventually. But essentially, I go to my Last FM, I have like almost 4,200 artists over there. And I use a random number generator from Google to select a number. And I recommend the artist that is in that position over on Last FM. Krieg's Machine, nice. That sounds very familiar, as though... Oh, man. Alright, we have 4 more. But yeah, Commodus I should check out also. Nice Roman-themed raw black metal from Australia. There was another Roman-themed album that came earlier this year, and I'm trying to recall its title. And really its artist, like everything to do with it. It was a longer title, I remember. And I recall that also the sound on it was really weird. Something about it was like mixed really, really off. Really. I've noticed that this year that there has been a lot of albums where they've been playing with the mix and been putting different elements and layers. Oh, Agalok. Oh, that band. Never heard of them. I will have to try them. Do you have a recommendation? Do you have a recommendation, Meat Mun? I keep hearing good things about this album called what is it? Ashes Against the Wind, or The Manhole. Do you know anything about those albums? Like, I keep hearing those names: Ashes Against the Wind and The Manhole. Like, I don't know what that means. Okay, we're up to 16, so we have 4 more. We have 4 more. 1535 is up next. This is fun, actually. This is actually a lot of fun. Cold Chamber. Am I back? Actually, I'm front right now. I am streaming. I'm back to streaming, yeah. No videos as of yet, but we may have some viewer-driven videos later on this year. Cold Chamber, that's number 17. Let's go for number 18 for you, Meat Mun. 2689, I recognize that number. 387, I think I recognize that number too. I don't know what this RNG thing is. I might have to find a different RNG machine. This might not be very RNG. Oh, it is different. It's just streaky. Samael. Or, Samuel. Yeah. Samael. God damn. If I could speak, I would be a fucking genius. Fucking genius. Samael. I listen to Tokyo Hotel. Oh, God. A long time ago, when Mark was dating a girl that was really into that stuff. Yeah, I have. I didn't like it. I wasn't a big fan of it. You recommend listening to their EP of Stone, Wind, and Pillar. Of Stone, Wind, and Pillar. You know what's ironic about that? Stone, Wind, and Pillar. And then the side project, you know, the post-Agalok band was Pelorian. You've literally showed me 95% of all the music I now call your favorite music. If only I could get that other 5%, I would have you totally. No, I'm kidding. Glad that you've been loving the stuff that's been recommended and everything like that, dude. I appreciate that. What to do to request a song? It's $1 per minute. You can either use Super Chats or the link that is above my forehead. It's above my dome piece. Right now, we are listening to Still Life in its entirety, and then the queue is open. Though I will say that we have been going at it for a while. We'll probably be streaming for the next... I want to say the next 45 to 50 minutes, maybe the next hour at the max. So if you'd like to make a request, that you'd probably be the last song that we would play for the night. We get 2 more from this RNG game. 623. See, I like these higher numbers because I feel like I know most of them. You might actually know this band, this little band that's came up here. I'll tell you who's gonna freak out with this game. How about some Woods of Ypres or Woods of Eats, depending on how you like to say it. I'll tell you who is going to freak out about, or whenever this game gets played. I'll see you later, Blackwater. Thanks for sticking around, brother. Okay. I'll keep that in mind, Meat Man. I may take a quick little recess of my own here in just a second, once we get to the last recommendation. Because Miss CKN should be home any minute. and it would be nice to meet the agree there. I liked Virus by Haken quite a bit, yeah. I liked it a good bit. I'd say it's a top 20 worthy album. But, I forget what I was saying. Shit. Who will really freak out about this game will be Evil Toad. Because there'll be some bands that'll probably be like, it's in that number, that position? I can't believe it! Expecting it to be higher. It's competitive. It's a very competitive last defend page. 1358 is going to be our last one for you, Meatman. I hope you've been writing it down. There will be a test, and guess what? I'm going to fail it, because I don't remember all these. I don't remember them all. I don't remember a single one of them. That is not metal. That is a soundtrack for a video game. I'm trying to remember which one. Mega Man 2. That ain't metal. That's like the actual OST for Mega Man 2. Don't ask. 1716. Will 1716 be our true finale? 1716. We have... No. It's Rise Against. That is not technically metal. See, Meatman requested metal specifically, so... 2560. Now we're going deeper and deeper into the abyss to finish things out. Let's see here. That's Beth Hart. That is also not metal. However, Mario would appreciate that pick greatly. Beth Hart is a frequent collaborator of Joe Bonamassa and also has her own solo career that is pretty awesome. Salem! Is this Salem I'm thinking of? Oh, hell. There's like 7,000. You know what? I'm actually not going to give you Salem only because there's like 70,000 different projects named Salem. So we'll give it one final spin for that. 912. There's way too many. There's like 11 listings, so... Oh, okay, there's a good one. Telepathy. We'll finish it off with Telepathy. Hi, Jack. Mega Man is pretty metal. What is my, what's my number one for reference? What number one recommendation? Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, I can actually go back and look through all these. Pure Reason Revolution. I would listen to Pure Reason Revolution. It's not technically, it's like prog rock as opposed to prog metal. I would do that. And then I would look at Sanctuary and Carnival. Holy Grail's more thrash related. Iron Angel is old school thrash from the 80s. Ghost Inside's more modern. Dark Fortress is progressive black metal. Gore Rotted, as I mentioned, is like grindcore. We know Fear Factory. Turisas is more folk. You know, it's got more reference toward, like a more reference point toward like a theater or Eyes of Fear, but it's a little bit heavier. So maybe combine that with a little bit of Moon Sorrow, except without the length. Rainfall Within, I just know it's female fronted, so I'm assuming it's like either a power metal band or just a regular heavy metal. Unearthly Trance is a little more sludgy, like sludge metal, maybe with a little hint of like drone or post rock or post metal. Nasty Savage is more thrash from the 1980s, and they're actually still active, as far as I know. Cotapelto is power metal side project of the lead singer of Stratovarius. Cold Chamber, you should know, Samael is dark metal. They're just a really interesting project. Really, anywhere you go, you're going to find something different. Woods of Ypres, we're very familiar with. I'm not even sure what you would really call that. Dark metal, depressing metal, dead metal. That's wrong. That's mean. And Telepathy is more If I remember Telepathy, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember things that I just recently listened to. It's more post-rock. UK experimental metal. It's experimental metal. They actually, Telepathy has a new album out as of this year entitled Burn Embrace. During Face of Melinda, I'm actually going to take a little walk, and I think I just heard a door close, so I'm going to see what's going on. So I will be right back. Don't go away. I will return momentarily. I think I just heard another door. The Rips. They have made the return. Oh, for the very first time, I have an issue detection. Great. Only took 3 streams. Well, we're going to have one final track in the stream, which is going to be White Cluster. It comes after this, and then I'm going to be departing for the evening. So, I also have a couple of other guests that are coming in here. They are being a bit shy at the moment. I am back. The Weeknd, I really haven't listened to a lot of The Weeknd, and that which I heard is kind of just meh, you know. I never really got into that. I don't know if it's really called a bandwagon or it's just not an artist that I was never really hugely keen on. I've listened to tracks though. It is something that could potentially come up during the RNG game. There are a couple that are on there from Now albums, and I may have done an exploration of the artist. Oh, that might have been while I wasn't scrolling. I don't know. It's a rough day. So, when I think about hip hop and rap, I've been listening to a little more of that over the course of the past couple of months. There's someone who I'm friends with on Facebook that I think I mentioned this in a prior stream. Excuse me. That was holding a poll. It was big. It was actually more like it was almost like Music Madness only with albums, and a lot of the stuff that was there. It was a wide variety. There was only about 3 or 4 metal albums on there, and that was by design because he had done one and run one for just metal. There's 256 albums on it total, and a lot of it were in the like underground or experimental or conscious hip hop / like jazz. There's a lot of genres that were part of it, so I've been able to explore a little bit more of that while going through those because I didn't know, or I didn't sample it on this stuff. Like I dig Atmosphere, Aesop Rock is pretty good. Cunning Linguists, I ended up really sort of falling in love with and enjoying listening to that stuff. So whenever it comes to the stuff that's like on the surface that a lot of folks like enjoy, there's not as much of that I'm kind of following that I also sample. I mean, shoot, I wish I could sample everything, but I've noticed that whenever things are, at least in that department, whenever it's the stuff that's out there and everybody loves, I tend to be a little bit more reserved toward it. If I heard a new album of Afterbirth, no, I haven't. I need to scope that out. And in fact, I would have thought Afterbirth wasn't in that realm. Afterbirth to me sounds like it should be like a gore grind band or like a deathcore band or something like that, just by the name. That's the cool part about it, is that you see some names and you immediately have the perception that it's like a certain style of music or a certain type, and it ends up being completely incorrect. Yeah, it's very cool. So I will have to go back and maybe scope that out. I appreciate the recommendation, Jack. And yeah, we're gonna question Serenity Painted Death or White Cluster. I would probably lean more towards Serenity Painted Death on that one. The White Cluster's pretty good. Back in the day, which by the way was a Thursday, in case you didn't know, new information. Whenever people say back in the day, it's a Thursday. I listened to, from this album, heavily. It was Serenity Painted Death, Godhead's Lament, Moonlapse Vertigo, and I believe Ignite, actually, more than Face of the Window. The song that I listened to on this album the least is No More. The very first track. So, like, if I look at like songs off of this album, so if I just look at Still Life, and this isn't going to include the plays from this playthrough because I have to switch up those tags to get that remastered tag out of there. Excuse me. I'm also going to have to get something to eat here pretty soon. So like Serenity Painted Death, it says I listened to it 73 times. It's probably more than that. All of these, it's probably more than that, because these are just counted scrobbles. Godhead's Lament 70 times. White Cluster 66. Moonlapse Vertigo actually 65. Face of Melinda 64. Benighton 60. And The More only 39. You know, so you can bump that up by 1 on each of those, because I'll be adding these. So, this is, you know, with some albums, you have one song or like 2 songs where you listen to those like way more than any other track on the album. Like, for example, Sweet Vengeance by Night Rage. I've listened to The Glow of the Setting Sun off of that album like 98 times. So says Last.fm. You know, I've listened to Elusive Emotion on there like maybe like 30 or 40, but then the rest of the album is probably hovering somewhere between like 10 and 12. So it's just... I think about Vogue from Decapitated Johnny Machine Head. Will he be able to rescue Rob Flynn? Nobody can rescue Rob Flynn at this point. Mainly because Machine Head is Rob's project. He may be able to give suggestions or bring something new to the table, but whenever it comes down to it, one of the main problems that Machine Head had wasn't musically. You know, musically speaking, a lot of what Machine Head did on Catharsis was okay. You know, like, it was passable stuff. But whenever the lyricism and the overall attitude was brought into it, it came immediately, like, it felt like they just were lost. And Machine Head kind of always had that. They were always somewhat like that, especially if you listen to the transition from like the Burning Red going into Supercharger, going into Through the Ashes of Empires. So they're a group that does have the tendency to drift. And in a lot of cases, that's a very good thing for a band, to explore different sounds and do different things like that. But in the risk that you run sometimes with that is that you're going to sometimes end up with some projects that divide either that or completely alienate a lot of people. It would be nice if Vogue would rescue him. It would be, it would certainly be, it would be nice. The one promise that I think can be made based off of their career is that anything that they've done, like any side that we've seen from the band, seems to last. It's a very finite period of time that it lasts. So from, say, the Blackening in, what was that, 07 or 08, to like Unto the Locust and Bloodstone and Diamonds and things like that, you know, you had about a 7-year stretch, and then things went completely sort of off the rails. So if that remains true, you know, if we are looking at Machine Head like a math equation, if that pattern were to remain true, that would mean that we should see a difference and a resurgence from Machine Head sometime in like 2024. How do you even go from the Blackening to Catharsis? Well, the thing is that they didn't go directly from Blackening to Catharsis. You know, you did see how Rob was sort of still writing in that style on Unto the Locust, and it was further decaying by the time he made it to Bloodstone. So it's very similar to with Opeth, how Opeth went from an album like Still Life or Blackwater Park to then an album like Heritage. Even though I'll say that there were showcases that they were going to take on that. They were going to take on that changeover, especially whenever you consider what the word watershed means, and you hear what the album Watershed gave. Watershed was very, very telling that a change was coming with Opeth. So everybody being so surprised was more of a surprise than anything, considering as a fan, listening to Watershed, I immediately thought to myself, something is going to change up soon. Oh, you mean you're just talking about in general? Well, originally you would be asking, how could the same artist that made like Burn My Eyes, how could they go from Burn My Eyes and the More Things Change to Supercharger and the Burning Red? You know, it just seems to be how Rob Flynn goes. You know, some have accused him, and there is a bit of correctness in it. I hate to say it. I too have made this accusation that Rob Flynn is a bit of a trend hopper. You know, he'll go into something and go deep, and then he'll switch things up whenever he sees that something else is getting over better. You know, groove metal was big whenever Burn My Eyes and the More Things Change came out. And then new metal was the bigger deal whenever the Burning Red and Supercharger came out. And then once that died off, then we got through the Ashes of Empires, which was a bit more of a return to like long form metal. Our first, the first showcase of what we were getting next from the band. And the Blackening was rich within the revival of heavy metal in America. And now that scene changed over to more of a, expressive hip hop and expressive, there was certainly there was a hole in the sort of like protest song or, whatever department, moved over to that. It's weird. It's weird, man. Like, it's one thing to be affected by the world around you with your music, but it's another one where it seems like you always seem to gravitate toward what is hot at the time. And I think that's where the accusations of being a trend hopper really come into play. So, you can make that, you do with that whatever you will. I'm one that believes that he does have an eye on what's going on, and it does have an application. I feel like I may have missed I missed a donation that actually came forward quite a while ago, and I apologize. I hope that person is still here. If they are not, then again, I'm quite sorry. Prismaslaw, Stanislavski, $2. Wanted to hear Through Silver and Blood from Neurosis. If they are still here, I encourage you to come back to our next stream, which will probably be on Monday. That's whenever we're really going to get into that. Remember that everything's $1 per minute, but I thank you very much all the same. We're going to be bolting after this track. Got some other things that I need to attend to. But this has been a great stream. It's been a fun time. Got the opportunity to listen to some killer music. We actually got the chance to see an up-and-coming voice on YouTube, which is pretty cool. Shout-outs once again to Nazarene's Music. And I hope some folks go over there and check that channel out, man. Check out her covers. Those are both very, very good. Both very, very good. How about from Marillion Ishmist, Am Universum? It's a decent, it's a very decent comparison. Though, that one, we saw that there was some turmoil within the ranks. There was some turmoil within the ranks there, and they had a different vocalist there for a while. So you have some really interesting things that you get. I mean, some might even say catatonia, but that was a choice based off of based off of, and again, it was based off of something that was a big scene whenever it first got started, and then those bands branched out, became more individualized. And in fact, the last album that they did growls on, the growls weren't even done by a member of Catatonium. They were done by Mike Ackerfeet on Brave Murder Day. Mike was a busy boy in the 1990s, doing growls on Brave Murder Day. He did growls on Crimson by Edge of Sanity. Oh, Posse's great. I love Posse. You know, I'm not giving Posse any shit, dude. I don't give Posse no shit. I don't give him any shit, dude. What gaming channels do I like? Pencil Pen, I'm a big guy. I'm a big retro gamer, so over on Twitch, I watch a lot of Big John. I'll watch some Smite, Mitch Flower Power, The Mexican Runner, things like that. Anything that is retro, I tend to dig. As we finish up our foray through. Oh, going into telemark for some reason. Not sure why that was happening. But on YouTube, I'll watch a lot of the Vanoss crew actually, because a couple years back I was looking for people that were playing golf with your friends on YouTube, because I just recently started playing that game and really liked it. So I wanted to see other folks and how they were playing it and stuff like that. And I found C-Nanners, which led me to Vanoss, which led me to everybody else. So I usually watch like Big Jiggly Panda or Smitty, Cryos. It's to the point where I almost watch them more for their personalities than I do the actual game sometimes. Because the commentary to me is part of the fun. It's part of what makes it really great. And at night, I love to watch speedruns of RPGs. Like, most recently, over the past month or so, I've been going through some different runs of Secret of Mana by a gentleman by the name of Yagamoth, Don Yagamoth, over on YouTube. He does a lot of unique runs of Secret of Mana, whether it be one player, two controllers, or 100% runs, which are extremely lengthy. I don't really recommend that unless you're a real hardcore fan of the game. I watch replays from RPG Limit Breaks or GDQs from the past. Sometimes I watch that with a lot of interest. Other times it's background noise as I attempt to relax to fall asleep. So I watch a lot more gaming stuff than I actually do music-related stuff. And I just lost a little bit of hearing in my left ear. What the hell just happened? That was weird. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it has been about 4.5 hours. Which for us is long. That's a longer stream for us. Though it's starting to become sort of the new average, which is pretty cool. The band Hum, yes. Wayward Offsiders. Hum just released a terrific comeback album this year. Inlets. Very good band. Downward is Heavenward is also quite good. Yeah, I highly recommend Hum. They're a very good band, and the comeback album actually reminded me of just how good they were. I remember seeing their albums whenever they were released, and even years and years after that, and always wondering what happened to them. Always wondered what happened to them. But of course, they've had the big comeback this year. Same thing was actually true with Pure Reason Revolution. Pure Reason Revolution hasn't had an album in about a decade. And it's been 15 years since what I consider to be their true grand achievement, which is the Dark Third, their very first full length. It was awesome. Next stream right now, tentatively, is Monday, which is going to be a celebration of the three kittens. It's going to be the actual day of their birthday. So we'll have a little celebration for them. Hopefully, we'll have the opportunity to get all three of them in front of the camera. How about Nogla? Yeah, come on, man. You say the Vanoss crew, you know Nogla. Nogla's great, man. And as always, I hope you enjoy. I don't know, man. I love stuff that makes me laugh. That's the thing. Like, I don't watch YouTube to be pissed. Like I don't watch YouTube to be pissed off. I don't like to watch anything to be pissed off. Is the thing. It's the reason why I don't watch the news for very long, or I try not to watch the news at all. Because it seems like whenever I do, I just end up angry. I don't like being angry. You know, it may seem like I like being angry from some of the videos from the past and stuff like that, but that me and the me here in 2020 are two very, very different people. But yes, I would look for the stream on Monday. If that changes, or if anything changes, I will be sure to inform you. If not, I will see all of you then. And as always, I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for stopping out. Thanks to everybody who dropped a donation, or those of you who have been supportive towards some of the neat projects that we're going to be potentially taking on in the coming weeks. Centaur. We'll have to do that. Hold on. I'm going to type that in right now. Centaur, there it be. Howdy. In streams, add to playlist. Curious things to check out. Done! I love it when a plan comes together. Anyhow, thank you so much again. I'll try to get some of the layouts changed up a little bit. That way we know what's going on. With the RNG game. I think we're going to move forward with that. And we're going to go from there. Thanks again, everyone. You guys have a good night. Have a great weekend. And we'll